go.
Got it working?
Yes.
Nice.
I apparently clicked a wrong button this morning.
It happens.
So, okay. I'm going to change this. And then, okay. I'm going to put about 5 more minutes on the countdown clock. And then I'm going to turn that off so I don't hear myself echo.
Echo, echo, echo.
Okay.
That was satisfying. Oh! I'm on the wrong side of the battlefield.
It's going to be up to him. And that's brutal. Let's be honest. It's been touch and go from day one. Got the research for focus.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Oyo, 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 oyo. He's gonna just sick my shit today. I did. Yo, bitch, ignoring me the fuck? Okay.
Hey, Pete,
Yo.
you hear something?
What the fucker? Well, I wanted to tell you the good news, but fine, I won't tell you now.
Hi,
What's the
Ivy. How are
thing?
you?
Well, I suppose the good news for both of you guys, kind of most good thing for me. They good. A little bit stuffed up, but that's just allergy.
Okay.
Someone got back to me today. It looks much better. Your rows aren't lined up correctly, which is wrong, but whatever. So you fixed it. There are only 2 places that I disallow your current choices. In level 12, you were trying to take 2 features when you're only allowed to take 1. You have to choose between them or bump something up to later on, and yeah. And level 15, I can't take the magical device thingy
Why?
because it's a different rogue archetype than what I have.
Oh.
So okay, if you're going with a skill archetype, then the rogue features need to come from that archetype. Otherwise, everything else looks okay. So I just told him to move Spellbreaker to 15 and replace the archetype thingy.
Why don't you just take thief stuff?
Because we already went through this. There was nothing that I really wanted.
As a thief? Oh, you
No,
wanted the scout stuff.
Yes. We already took nearly everything I could.
Use magic device is so
Well.
fucking cool though.
Well, you're gonna get it. Fine. Sadly, I won't be able to play with my whips, but you know what? I'll look into getting proficiency with them instead.
I mean, there is a feat for it.
Yeah, but no. Can't. I have all my feats and stuff lined up already.
Or you can just get, like, Galibar can train you during, like, 2 hours of long rest and it can take forever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can get trained on.
Would a whip be? I feel like a whip would be a monk weapon. What do you think? Who's gonna back me up on this?
It's a special martial weapon.
Just imagine Elora with a whip.
There are some things in D&D where you look at it and you go, well, that seems like that would go with that class. But then you look in the rules, nope, doesn't. Because they've decided. So I was like, yeah, okay, I guess it doesn't.
Yeah, but thank God we're here in the Walker of Waterdeep. We're not bound by rules, only imagination.
Yeah, we're not bound by rules.
I tell you what is permitted for any of you to do. Any of you can use at one specific point in time in the game. Any of you can use weapons that you are not proficient with during a skills challenge, because you can narratively describe how you use it and how it allows you to do something that is with your skill.
Okay.
So
technically you can use weapons you aren't proficient in, you just don't add your proficiency bonus.
You don't add your proficiency bonus, right? Yes. So yes, you technically can use weapons, but you just you sacrifice that plus whatever from your proficiency. So, Oyo could use whips if he wanted to. It's just he wouldn't get whatever the level 8 is. It +3 or +4 proficiency bonus?
We'll see about that.
You wouldn't get
just
the
like
+3.
Just like a wizard can use plate mail if they have the required strength, they just have disadvantage on dex saves and dex
Right.
checks.
Yeah.
And if you really stack up a bunch of feats, you can get the what is it? The heavy armor adept, which requires you to be proficient in medium armor, which requires you to be proficient in light armor. So you'd have to take the proficiencies for light and medium, and then heavy armor, and then I think if I'm reading those particular feats correctly, then that gets rid of all of those penalties that you take.
Or you
Yeah, you
just
gain
take level
proficiency.
1. Take level 1 fighter and be done with it.
That's the other way you can do it. Yeah, that's the other way you can do it. Is if you're in a game that allows you to multi-class, you can take level 1 fighter. My preference was always take level 1 thief. I have never been tempted to go the Patrick Rothfuss route and create a 15th level character, or actually, I guess, yeah, it's a 15th level character that is level 1 in 15 different classes.
Yeesh.
Well, in 5e, you can only do up to 4. So.
Unless you play in a game run by Chris Perkins, and Chris Perkins says, "Okay, no, you can take as many classes as you want."
So, doing that, you'd have a diverse character, but he couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Unless you use
All right.
cantrips, in which case it doesn't matter.
Yeah. All right. We are going to go ahead and get started. I had said that we would be about 5 minutes late because I screwed something up this morning that I didn't realize until I went to start the stream. I had copied some old recordings over to the archive area that I keep them in, and when I did that, I wound up accidentally copying the empty folder where all the streams get recorded, and so that folder was missing when I tried to start the stream, and OBS gave me a bad error. So I just went into there, put it back, tested it again, and now it's working fine. So we are done. Now let me go ahead and get the music off. All right. And I will welcome everybody to the Walker of Waterdeep. It is Sunday. It is a few minutes after 2 p.m. I am DM Gallibond, and I am joined by the full cast in the Discord and on the Roll20. We have Ivy as Elora, we have Chris as Galibar, we have Ken as Oyohusa, we have Pete as Adamant, and we have Gooney as Enka Yelka. And last time when we left this disreputable band of heroes, they were in the Minamo Academy, and they were expecting to have a few hours that they could have a meal, maybe do a little shopping, get a bath, get cleaned up, and then they were expecting to go on to another location. In the meantime, a messenger has been sent to you guys from your Soratami contact. And this is, of course, I think, what was her name? Minamo, that you guys had been talking with? That was going to take you to the Soratami city. And she said that she's going to be delayed and won't be able to go until the morning.
Okay.
So, in fact, you all will have an opportunity to spend a full evening here, and they have gone ahead and they have. Sorry, Maloku is the person you've been talking to. Maloku is going to be delayed. She has had them set up rooms for all of you on a hall, so you all have rooms on the same dormitory hall, and that means that you have a little bit of time that you can go not only have a meal, get cleaned up, do some shopping, but then also if you need to strategize or discuss with each other about different things, you have an opportunity to do that. So you all have just been issued your rooms, and you're in the hallway there, and whoever wants to can kick us off.
So, since Enka has been living here for a little while, she kind of looks at the others and goes, well, this is great. This means that we can get cleaned up, and I can show you some of the really cool stuff going on around here. So,
And speaking of the really cool stuff going on around here, we have a really super cool image of the university where you guys are staying that should be on your screens now.
to find the
This
name of the
is-
artist that did the main building. So I'll put that up here in a bit.
Okay, yes, this picture was put together, or this art was put together for us by Gooney. And so we have the floating university up here over the waterfall. So as you guys go out to a balcony of the building, you would be seeing basically that view outside. And your dormitory rooms would be somewhere in one of these halls. So
So she kind of looks at you guys and goes, well, go on. Let's get cleaned up. And she kind of looks at Oyohusa and goes, there's a washroom down at the end of the hallway. And, well, one of us can stand outside and make sure others don't come in while you're in there.
I mean, I'm already pretty cleaned up.
Yeah, we know. You cheat.
Eh.
You
and
don't
I think
enjoy the
he-
finer things in life.
I think he smells like lilacs as well, if I remember.
Lavender.
Lavender.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I
la
can
dee
stand
da.
outside the door.
It only
I can
lasts
smell
for a
it.
minute. But yeah.
I can keep casting it.
So why waste the spell?
It's a prestidigitation. It's a cantrip.
Oh, that's fine. Whatever. The joy of having a nice hot bath, relaxing the muscles.
By the time you guys stop having your little bicker, you turn around and you realize, oh, Yo's already gone.
You're like, I'm gone. I hear that bathtub calling my name. Okay. So she looks at Ivy, or excuse me, Elora, and goes, you could stay in my room if you want. You don't want to have a room to yourself?
Aura will look around and softly nod her head. So does that mean pastime? Can I
Does that mean what?
pastime?
Well, yeah, when Oyohusa's done. Of course, you know how he is.
Or we can play a prank on him.
Oh,
And Enka kind of leans down and goes, and what did you have in mind?
A bucket of rose petals on top of the door, and then when he comes out, we dump it on him.
We'll have to make sure we add a little bit of rose water in there, you know.
Yeah.
That way
So
the
it
smell sticks
smells
around.
so
a while.
delightful.
I think that would work.
So Laura starts sitting on the ground, reaching in her bag for seeds, then trying to look for the right seeds, then growing them
looking
in her
for a
hand.
I go off to look for a bucket. And I look at the others and go, well, you going to stand out in the hallway like an idiot? Or are you going to help out? Or are you going to go sit in your room for a while? Or go eat? What?
Galibar snaps his fingers, and the bathwater Oyohusa is in suddenly gets cold and then hot again.
That's mean. We were doing something afterwards. You hear this, probably a scream coming from the bathroom.
Oyo wasn't even in the bath yet, so
He was grooming his beard.
Do that after the bath.
If he can even call that a.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Elves don't generally grow beards at all. It's usually impossible. So if he has a beard, it's probably much of one.
I don't know. His picture looks pretty handsome, so.
Well, Galibar knows a way of helping Oyo grow a beard.
I'm not giving him my belt.
Testosterone. Wait, no, it
Well, you
isn't
could buy him
testosterone.
another one as a present.
Those were this belt was like most of the money I had at the time, and I don't even know if I have enough to get another one.
A belt just to grow a beard?
Beard?
I mean,
No, that's a
Time.
side effect of side effect of having. the
I'm
belt.
like thinking to myself, Jesus, I could practically grow one just by thinking about it. Of course, I'm a cow too, so you know. We always have hair.
Fair.
And
Can
so,
Enka find a bucket?
oh, I'm sure.
the
there's
belt- The belt is cheaper than I thought. It's 1,000 gold
only 1,000 gold.
for a magic item that gives you as much as a belt of different kind.
All right, so Mr. GM, do I find the supply closet that's usually
Oh,
here
yeah.
somewhere?
Yeah,
Okay.
you have no trouble finding a bucket.
Okay. You know, and I was as we go off to start filling the bucket, I kind of go, you know, I could sit outside the door and serenade him with a beautiful, lovely song and see what happens.
Oh, dear.
Maybe he could gain some female admirers, you know.
Elora will chuckle a bit and she'll nod her head and she continues to put the flowers in the bucket, like making sure that it's only leaf petals and not like the stems that'll stab them and stuff.
So I go find a appropriate stool to sit on outside the door, where
Okay.
I grab out my harp and then begin singing the virtues of Oyohusa, of his prowess and manliness, and so on and so forth. And it's such a lovely song.
say what?
Okay, roll a performance check, if you will.
I knew that was coming. All right.
I want to
performance.
give her guidance because I'm right beside her.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you can.
Okay. Apparently 11s are up.
So you can roll a d4 and add that number to the
All
ability check.
So
3. So it's a 14. All right. It's not your.
Well,
it's
I'm
not
coming
your-
up with it on the fly.
Yeah, it's not your best, but then Enka is one that usually has studied songs and then performed them instead of doing more of a freestyle
An impromptu,
performance.
yes.
Yeah, impromptu. She didn't really go to the jazz school of keening. She went more to the classical school of keening.
Yeah.
So that there was all the rote repetition and theory and everything behind it.
Oh,
So
yeah.
just dig it, man. That sounds groovy.
Well, and of course, she doesn't know you really well. I mean, she's only been traveling with you for what? A week or two? A couple weeks? Maybe?
So I hear this as I'm like, just
you are in the bathroom. You have the opposite effect of the person who is standing out in the hall and hearing somebody sing in the shower. You are in the tub and hear somebody out in the hall singing, and so it kind of is muffled through the door, and it's like you're like, is she singing about me? And then it's like, nah, she's not singing about me. And
what are the lyrics?
Oh, Oyohusa, such a brave and gallant man whose muscles are indefinite with the greatest beard and da-da-da. I mean, she's just like, gushing about your manly virtues.
Whispering, and the pointy ears and the pointy nose.
Oh, yes. And such an elegant aquiline nose and pointy ears.
All right. Inside chick. This is highly irregular.
Okay.
You just hear Galibar say at the end of the day, well, most of that's just not true at all.
Isn't she rather skinny?
What, all four of you just hanging outside the bath? What are y'all doing?
I can picture it as Oyo in the bathroom.
Elora is filling up a bucket with rose petals and rose water, and I'm on a stool outside the door, strumming my lyre, singing your virtues. I have no idea what the other two are doing.
They're probably outside our door, listening to all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that brings up a good point. If the two ladies are just outside the bathroom, where exactly are, in relation to them, would you picture Adamant and Galibar being? And this is to Pete and to Chris.
Adamant would probably be in the hallway awkwardly.
Okay, somewhere between your room
Galibar
and
Galibar is just sitting there watching them do this.
Okay, probably sitting outside his room, looking down the hall, watching them do this.
He pulled out a desk chair to sit outside the door.
Yeah, Adamant probably standing there awkwardly near Galibar, wondering if he should ask Galibar what kind of bizarre fleshling ritual this is.
Bathing ritual.
And there are several people that come into the hallway, other students that come into the hallway and go to their own rooms, or come out of their rooms and they look down the hall and they see what's going on, and they just kind of give you guys a puzzled look and just shake their heads, and they turn.
Are these students that I'm familiar with, perhaps?
Let me find out how many students.
Because I'm sure it's probably not something that we haven't done before. Goofing off in downtime.
Okay, and then whoops. That's not what I wanted to do.
Why are you rolling insight, Ken? Oyohusa.
Because it's pretty suspect that you're out there singing my praises in a god awful tone. And
hey, that ain't god awful. It's actually really pretty good.
He said that it sounded like someone. It's like the opposite experience of someone singing in the shower, but you're not the one singing in the shower.
So, well, that's true.
So, there's about 6 students that you see, and around 4 of them are students that you recognize. 2 of them you know by name, but the other 2 you've just seen
Okay.
them around.
So at least the other 2 can fill them in with what we're. It's kind of like initiation or something, you know.
Okay.
A
All
slight hazing. I don't know.
Okay. And they look at that, and then when somebody whispers to them what's going on, you hear people kind of chuckle, and then they sort of shake their heads, and they head on off, or they go back into their rooms, whatever. So they just seem to you don't draw a crowd that comes specifically to listen to your song, because
No.
if the performance was like really up there, you might have people just come just to listen to you perform.
Yeah, but no, this is anybody that's been in here and seen one of these or been subject to one of these before at school has probably realized that this is a more like,
tradition.
yeah, it's more like a tradition. They're all like, okay, everybody go along. Nothing to see here. Poor some guys getting hazed.
Yeah, and your insight, you know that. Let's see, what was your insight roll there? It was a 19. I'll say that with a 19, you know that Enka is doing this to have a little bit of fun, probably at your expense. But
egged on by someone else.
Yeah, but you're not necessarily 100% sure what has brought this on. Oyohusa can have his own suspicions about what brought it on,
and she continues about how lovely he smells, like the petal of roses and the lavender of the fields, blah blah blah. No matter what he's doing, even neck deep in dung.
Wow.
Galibar just says, like, I don't know why you're saying all these lies about him.
Somebody's jealous.
Somebody's jealous. He's getting. See, this is the thing. You go take a nice hot bath and you get sung to, and flowers scattered at your feet when you open the door.
Completely normal. Yeah.
It's a well-known fact. Galibar may or may not have missed this bit in hero school, but it's a well-known fact that all of the heroes that have songs sung about them are the ones that immaculately take care of their appearance, because the appearance is all about the brand, and bathing is a part of that, because the bathing is the appearance of keeping up the appearance. Galibar goes for the practical. Why would I spend an hour bathing when with a single round of prestidigitation I can just be perfectly clean? Well, it's because to everybody else, it makes you look cleaner if you actually take the time to make people think you're trying to look cleaner.
Someone's like, oh my god, he takes an hour to get ready? He must be smoking hot.
Or he's high.
This is the guy who takes a minute and
So 2 hours and 15 minutes later.
Okay. How long does Enka intend to play? Is this?
She hasn't had a chance to really just sit down and play. So she'll go on from one of those songs to something upbeat and funny, and then we'll kind of maybe go back and sing a couple of funny lyrics she may have come up with for the new song, and then would have gone back to sing something about maybe something that she's studied as far as the lyrics of tragic love and all that kind of stuff, just stuff that she's actually studied, learned, that kind of thing that might fit the situation. And I mean, she can go for a while. I mean, she's not like
Okay.
really pushing it, you know.
Okay, so if this playing goes on for more than an hour, then go ahead and make me a second performance check. for your
Okay.
next,
What's
Oyohusa is more high maintenance Adamant.
Y'all don't know what he's doing in there. I mean, he could be doing like take
He
a
could be
bath.
sleeping in the bathtub.
He could be meditating. He could be doing some exercise. You don't know what he's doing.
Okay, so now this time with a 21, because of 17 and the 4 from guidance for the 21 on the performance check. This time you do your
Now that
songs
I'm-
do start to draw a crowd.
Now that I've moved on to actual known songs.
Yeah, and people are kind of curious. Oh, hey, this is and there are some other students that will come up, and you guys will see that now there's about 15 students that have gathered in the hallway, and out of those 15, at least 3 of them are musicians, and they are standing there and they're watching Enka play, and you can tell that they've got that kind of
That
slight cock,
mischievous.
that kind of slight cock of the head, where they're really acutely concentrating and listening. And when you come to sort of the end of a set, and
Mhm.
it's clear you're going to like do some tuning or something before you go into something else, they will say, oh, Lady Enka,
Mhm.
I had never thought about the amazing acoustical properties that you have discovered in this hallway. Now, I see that you're positioned right next to the bath. Did you choose that because of the harmonic resonance of the tiles in the bathroom that maybe use the door as some sort of an echo amplifier or an echo damper? And they seem to be really interested in why you've chosen this location, and clearly they are thinking that it has something to do with the way it makes the music sound. And
So I will look at them and go, well, it's kind of hard to describe until you have a chance to participate. Why don't you go get your musical instruments and join me here, and I kind of like, if one of them comes close enough, going, we're playing a joke on a guy that's in the bathroom, so we're serenading him, making him feel comfortable. And she gives him one of those big winks, like wink, wink.
Meanwhile, inside the bath.
okay,
I sent you a message on Roll20 to
Oyohusa does this like scene from 1983's Risky Business with Tom Hanks. I mean, not Tom Hanks, but Tom Cruise. It slides in front of the mirror. He's like, whoa! It starts to like groom his beard, do his hair.
And all he's wearing is his shirt and his braids and hosen. So when I invite the other guys, do they come and join?
Yes.
You haven't used your Cloak of Mountebank yet today, have you?
My cloak of what?
Oyohusa hasn't used his Cloak of Mountebank today, has he?
Mountebank. Yeah.
So he could just teleport out of the room, and you guys would never know.
True.
Yeah, but I guess I don't know this is a prank yet, so
For all he knows, maybe
there
it is really it's a tradition. Yes, a tradition. Somebody comes back from their travels, and we strike up a band.
Well, he's fresh and clean, and he's loving it.
All right, so Pete, yeah, anytime you wish, you can.
How many buckets of rose petals has
Oh,
Elora
he
made
is
by now?
definitely doing it at the most inopportune moment.
So would that be maybe while Enka is trying to encourage other musicians to join
Yes.
in, or after they have joined in?
When they're getting set up.
Okay, so yeah, Enka, your discussions with other musicians. There is a flautist who has
Mhm.
their flute with them. There is a lutist who goes and gets their lute. There is a pipe player that has their little pan pipes with them.
Mhm.
And so they all, the two of them, that the two woodwind people, they kind of go off to the other end of the hall, and they sort of tune with each other, and get their
Yeah.
they start to get the embouchure and the reeds, all
Well,
set
in
up
the
correctly.
meantime, Enka is actually trying to, as the guys are kind of getting ready, she's kind of trying to convey simply that they are, without being really loud about it, trying to portray a practical joke on a gentleman in her adventuring party. And so, but it never hurts to have a great reason for practice.
Right. Okay, and so they will sort of they will sort of look at each other like, oh, okay, and they kind of shrug their shoulders, and they say, just give us a key and a tempo, and we'll come in.
And when we get to that point where everybody's kind of sort of ready a little bit, and the
That would be it right there.
passed along.
All right, so Enka, you are just getting ready, and Adamant does something.
Okay.
The door opens.
The door opens.
The door to the bathroom opens, yes.
So you open the door.
No, he doesn't physically open it. The door just opens.
Okay.
With all the noise, nobody would hear Adamant whisper, using thaumaturgy to open the door.
Gotcha. Okay. So the door opens, and we're all like, yeah. If there was anybody inside.
And steam kind of rolls out and billows out, and making sort of a fog effect around the musicians sitting.
So that time, we all she gives them calls out softly a song about a moor, and a lady that gets lost in the moor or something like that. It's a tragic, heartbreaking da 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 song, and the hero is too late, and da, 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 and so then they start in on this mournful, beautiful, lyrical song.
Now, would Oyo feel the pressure change?
Oyo would probably be at the mirror preening, and
which nobody can see, right?
Yeah, because there's fog.
Because it's probably offset to the side.
Exactly,
right in front of the door.
Doesn't
so it's offset to this.
Doesn't thaumaturgy specifically say it slams open the doors and windows?
Oh no.
It's pretty forceful.
Fly open or slam shut. So yeah, the door opens like the Spanish Inquisition is raiding the bathroom.
Yeah. So you instantly cause an unlocked door or window to fly open or slam shut. So yes, your Oyohusa is there preening at the mirror, and then sees out of the corner of his eye, because I'm going to say that the mirror is on the same wall as the door, but off to the side. The door just and bam against the against the
Probably
inside
makes a
wall.
couple of the the performers go, ah!
Yeah, and then all of this steam just sort of billows out. And in that space, music starts. And
this
that music is a
mournful,
mournful dirge.
Oh. Fainting
Laura
flowers.
was a little
Yeah.
bit troubled because she just wanted it to be a small little thing, but now there's strangers here and she's worried that Oyo's going to feel like ashamed or worried or
See, that's
something
the
like that.
thing.
So she's like, oh no, it's gone.
She kind
too
of looks
far."
at Elora and just gives her a wink and says, "Sweetie, bards don't do anything by half."
This is
Galibar
very
like-
true.
Galibar snaps his fingers, and the air around Oyohusa chills.
How? You don't see me. You don't know where I'm at.
Laura will nod her head.
Well,
It's
there's
like
there's air in the
5 foot
bathroom.
square. Yeah.
I don't
She'll
know.
understand because
Either
her
that or a
brother was
sharp
fired.
breeze to blow through.
I tell you what. Chris,
could-
roll me
yeah.
it's going to be your choice. Roll me a wisdom or an intelligence check.
They're the exact same. So
Okay,
11.
Okay. 11. Okay. So 11. Yeah, that's probably not not quite on target, but it's not far away. Oyo, off to your left, you sense sort of a little chill off to your left.
Okay. Look, Oyo didn't fall off the turnip truck yesterday, so
Are you
So I-
sure?
do I know something's up yet, or am I just the most ignorant monk alive?
You've been hearing all this music. You made that insight check, so you know that she's probably doing something to sort of poke a little fun at Oyohusa, but you don't understand why she's doing it. So you do know that something is up, and you can choose to either play into it or play against it, or however Oyohusa would respond.
So real
to that.
quick, hang on.
I mean,
During this time, I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt because I don't want this to be forgotten. During this time, did Elora finish getting those buckets filled? And if so, did she manage to either find somebody that could help her or buckets to get them rigged above the door to be pulled down when he walks through?
2 hours and 15 minutes, yeah, Laura would have been done already. But
Okay.
Yeah.
no, she would only have one bucket, and she's planning on dumping it on him.
Nope, that's fine. Just wanted to make sure that wasn't forgotten. So
Yeah, so she would have that done, and she would be ready.
okay. Please
All right.
continue,
Keeping it warm
Oyohusa.
will produce fire underneath the
listen,
pot.
Oyohusa has a passive perception of 25. So
What?
I'm gonna say that he's kind of on to the shenanigans, but he'll play along. He doesn't know who's responsible, but he does know that Enka's involved. So
Of course. All right.
so he
Please continue, GM.
Nope. This is Oyohusa.
Nope.
Go ahead, Oyo.
Okay.
So he finishes getting ready and dressed, and he looks in the mirror one last time, and he's not a vain man or elf, but he's like, "Damn, you look good." And so he out of the slow rolling steam, you just see Oyohusa just walking casually with some serious swagger, and he looks happy, and he walks out.
And in the dump of rose petals.
Oh
on his head.
no!
And then meanwhile that's happening, Enka basically changes the pitch and tune of the song, and it becomes suddenly this upbeat. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly...
Okay. All right. And your the fellow music students, they are good to their word. It seems like while Enka is more classically trained, these other students are more of the jazz improvisational, so they're very quick to respond to like tempo changes and key changes and changes in melody, and so they just come in with accompaniments that go along with what Enka is doing in the right time and the
We
right
start
key.
playing da 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 da.
Dun, dun,
So
dun.
what? So what happens exactly?
Once the pedals start to fall, Enka basically changes up the entire tune to become a very tunes that are somewhat raunchy,
Okay.
but not without. She doesn't sing them. She just leads the music to become said such familiar
Okay.
songs,
Uh huh.
like
So-
really raunchy drinking songs type thing.
So Gally, what happens? What do I see? What do I notice when I'm walking out of the bathroom?
Well, you walk out of the bathroom and you notice your Inca sitting on one side of the door. Elora is standing on another side of the door. Beside Inca are two musicians with a flute, and then beyond the flutist is a lutist, and then behind Elora is a musician with a panpipe. So they are flanking the door. A little bit farther down the hall, on one side of the hall, you see Adamant standing there looking awkward. You see Galibar sitting in a chair on the other side. And beyond them, you see approximately 10 strangers that you have no idea what they are or who they are. They're standing there and they kind of look at each other, and then they look at and they look at Enka kind of like they're expectant about something. And Enka will sort of see that and she'll nod her head, and then they all just spontaneously break into applause. Yay! Yay! as,
You finally took your
as,
bath.
as Oyohusa walks out of the bathroom.
A bad
And-
bathroom to applause, cheers, and raunchy music.
Yeah.
He's wearing like one of his traditional, like expensive
Oh no.
kimonos from his homeland, and his like half his chest is exposed, and his muscles are kind of showing through, and then he's got like his sandals on, and he looks really
Maybe
good for somebody.
wolf whistles.
Anyway, okay, here's the rub. When I come out, do I see Ivy holding a bucket? I'm sorry, Elora. Sorry.
Ivy, I would like for Elora to make a hide check. This is to remain. Well, what is the thing? Isn't there a hide?
Sleight of hand?
Stealth?
Stealth. Make a stealth check to remain hidden until you're ready to dump.
Oh no!
Elora's just
Okay, the answer, Oyo, is absolutely
No.
you do see.
Yeah.
Alright.
Elora's just buckling, like kind of worried about what Oyo would do, which is making her nervous, which is why she failed so horribly.
All right.
Just misses with the bucket, and it
So-
is thrown like a few inches ahead of him instead of on him.
All right. So Oyo sees this coming. He's got a few seconds to think, and normally his instincts and his training would not allow him to succumb to such a blatantly horrible and just ill executed ambush. Partly because of his pride and partly because of his training, but then he thinks to himself, he thinks of Elora, and he thinks that she's been through a lot, and he thinks about her mischievous nature, and a thought crosses his mind, and he thinks, maybe I should just let her do it. Maybe this will make her happy. And in those few moments, he makes a decision, and he just
Steps
walks
a little faster.
he walks continuously as he was, and he just walks out normally.
Totally.
Okay, Elora, then I guess what you would need to do is you would need to make a this would be considered a ranged attack with an improvised weapon. Range increment being like 5 feet. That you're trying to shower him with rose petals and rose water.
A tiny
And
bit of rose water, not a lot. So
Right.
Yeah, just enough to
and
give him
this
some
is
perfume.
because
Enough
he
to
is
stick.
not. Yeah, because he is actively avoiding trying to miss this, you're only trying to get an armor class of 10. So see if you can get an AC 10 on such a roll.
Come
So
on,
which
give me
one
another.
typically roll? A 1d.
So that's a
D20.
ranged attack with an improvised weapon. So that would probably be like a
She could use
like
her-
a straight dex roll, wouldn't it?
She's not dex based, so
Well,
it would
no,
be
but
Wonder.
ranged attacks are dex.
are they? I thought strength
Yeah.
was ranged.
Strength is
well,
melee.
it depends. Yeah,
She has a
strength is-
bucket, so I figured it'd be. I don't know. It's either or. Either or. Whatever your best one is, Ivy.
Well, because she's not trying to hit you with the bucket; she's trying to hit you with the
rose
Right.
petals.
stuff coming out of the bucket.
She rolled.
Actually,
Wait a minute.
I have
What?
I have something I want to do with that as well.
She
Okay.
rolled a 5.
When the rose petals come out of the bucket, I use prestidigitation to make a gust of wind, so all the rose petals hit them.
Okay.
He compensates for
Well,
it.
okay.
Hold on.
Actually, I am going to allow the gust of wind, but I am also going to be bound by Ivy's roll. The Galibar, this gust of wind, is it going to try to carry the rose petals in the same direction that Ivy is tossing them? Is it going to try to take them back into the bathroom or out of the bathroom, or which direction is this gust of wind going?
No.
How are you?
I was just gonna straight up, as soon as the rose petals started falling like around him, I was going to blow them all into his face. Like you just like opened like the car window or something.
They
hits you in the face
swirl.
or something.
Okay,
Not
so to me that says that's blowing back into his face. Unfortunately, with a 5 on the attack roll, the rose petals actually go behind Oyo and they blow back into the bathroom.
Hold on. Oyo. This is gonna be like this awkward. It's gonna be this awkward moment. So like when he walks out, he'll be turning and he'll look Elora straight in the eyes, and he realizes that she's so nervous that she just foobars the whole thing, and he gracefully makes it look normal, but he'll actually step into the
Aw,
falling
what a
roses and
gentleman.
water.
Make a dex check for me.
What a
Okay.
gentleman.
And it doesn't even help how Elora is so short compared to Oyo, so she's like tippy-toeing up.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my
Uh,
inspiration because
Okay.
Why not?
Use your inspirations.
so 16, right? Gives me
16. Yeah, I guess we'll give you 16. So it for all those of you that have adventured with Oyohusa, you can tell that he really kind of steps back into it so that he winds up
He steps back in
actually
surprise.
getting hit. Other people sort of think that he tries to weave out of the way, but instead of weaving out of the way, he weaves right into the path of the rose petals. So yes, between that between the toss, his reaction, and Galibar's gust of wind, what happens is that Oyo does get a face full of these rose petals, but because the attack by Elora was so off kilter, rose petals also go all over Elora and all over Enka as well. And so all three of them wind up getting covered with these
Which,
silly
you
rose
know,
petals.
hey, I
You know
don't
what's
care.
fun?
They're rose petals.
And
Better than dung.
yes, better than dung.
Oh, there! I was so tempted to, as soon as he walked out of that door, because prestidigitation allows me to clean or soil something. So
Aw.
I was so tempted to just make him dirty again.
No.
I decided, yeah, no, I'm not that mean.
So anyway, the Adamant, the flesh beings all around, and you can sort of tell from Oyohusa's expression, including Oyohusa, the flesh beings all seem to find this very humorous, and they all laugh. Adamant is like,
Even participating, he still doesn't understand.
I fail to see why the waste of perfectly good flowers and covering somebody in them would be humorous. But
more importantly, like Adamant is Oyo's best friend. So what does Adamant think when he sees this? Does he notice that Oyo purposely
did it.
mislisted?
Yes.
Because if anybody would have known, it would have been Adamant most likely. Maybe Galibar.
I would say yes, they would know, and the reason is because the 16 is really so low as a dex check for what they're used to seeing Oyohusa do. It's very obvious that Oyohusa is, it's a good check for most people, but it's kind of a clumsy check for Oyohusa, if you know what I'm saying.
You'd almost say it was intentional.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
So-
Elora was
Just-
successful.
It just
Yes.
confuses Adamant more, and he just kind of
Yep.
turns, walks away, shaking his head.
Like, I don't get it.
And it's also an inside joke between Oyo and Elora too, mostly because they have a experience with roses.
So Oyo's like, oh my goodness, you got me. That's a good one.
Elora will nervously just start to smile and laugh and giggle a bit as she runs up to him and gives him the hug filled with rose petals herself.
And about that
Oyo
time,
hugs her back, gives her a nice big hug.
about this time, Enka basically kind of makes the motion of finish it up with the other musicians, and then kind of looks at him and goes, any reason to have a party. She kind of gives him this sly grin. And then she looks at the others and goes, okay, everybody, back to studies.
And they all go, oh, okay, thank you. And then they start to disperse.
Elia's like, I just wanted to take a quick bath, but for some reason there's not much hot water left, so I'll see you later. And he goes off towards his room.
Oh well.
All right. Okay, now
Galibar
how many?
will stop. Galibar
Okay,
will
go
stop
ahead.
him on the way to his room. It's like, you want to go shopping with me? There's a shop here.
You want me to go shopping with you?
I mean, the
That
last
was a
couple
weird
times
way
I
of
asked, you
asking.
always said no. So
Filled with rose petals, still dropping.
Let me get dried off, and then yes, Galibar, I think that will be fun. Let's go shopping.
okay. Gulliver just waits outside of it.
And-
Waits like outside next to his door.
And he kind of like walks up, and he kind of rolls his eyes a little bit when nobody's looking. He's like, ugh. And
So, how many party members have prestidigitation? We know
I
at least
do.
one of them.
No.
2. No.
I do not.
All right. All right. Well, the as the group of people break up and start to go off, there's a person that Enka would recognize as the head custodian on the hall, on the residence hall, comes and looks down the hallway and sees the mess outside the bathroom door, and their eyes just start to get big.
And
their
about this
hands
time,
go to
she
their
just
hips.
goes, snap, and poof, it's all nice and
Starts to
clean.
it. Okay. And
In fact,
then,
it even looks a little cleaner, scrubbed along the edges of the tile, everything.
and then this person just stands there for a moment and just like looks as if trying to memorize every single face they see, and then just gives a little nod of their head and then spins on their heel and walks away. Doesn't say a word.
Well, I would say probably by that point in time, there's probably not that many people left. It's just just a couple, and my character trying to put stuff away.
Yeah.
Enka gets that troublemaker stare like in Lord of the Rings. It's coming back. Oh, the neighbor's like brushing. What is he using the broom or something outside? And he looks up and he's like, "Rrr."
Yeah.
Looks at him like he's the troublemaker. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, come on. I haven't let my bardic side really out yet. My flamboyance got to flash and show off. Of course, any bard that I've ever known, that's all they're all about. Got to show off. First opportunity. You're just like, really? Okay, whatever.
Okay, so now that the bathing portion of the afternoon is done,
For Oyohusa.
we have shopping on the docket. What else are we going to want to do? Are people going to want to do something while Galibar and Oyohusa go shopping?
Adamant
check
would
in
probably
with the others.
join them, actually.
Okay, so Adamant would go with them. Enka and Elora, what about the two of you?
I call bath time.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
So the guys can go off, we can go off and do bath time, and then we'll just say, hey, we'll meet up with you. There's a really great place to eat over at such and such location.
Okay, all right. What kind of cuisine is it?
Oh, please say it's like one of those Korean barbecue places.
Yeah, we can do something like that where it's, you fill up your bowl and put sauces over the top of it, and then they cook it right there in front of you. So So
Okay.
yeah, I'll just kind of give a quick description. I said they've been there for a little while. Their food is fantastic. Trust me.
Okay.
We'll see you there at dinner time.
Okay. All right. So, Oyohusa can get prepped, and when Oyohusa gets dried off and opens his door, he sees standing rather uncomfortably close to the door. On one side, next to one doorpost, is Galibar, and on the other side, next to the other doorpost, is Adamant, and they both just appear to be looking right at the middle of where the door was when you opened it. And, and it's like, whoa, okay. Hey, guys.
Sure, are we
Okay.
ready to go?
I'm ready.
Yes.
I'm still confused.
What are we in the mood to shop for today?
Well, really, I'm just looking for something interesting to buy since we haven't really. Innistrad didn't have many shops, and none of the towns we've been to, we've gotten here have had a good one. So, since we don't hang out often or at all,
Well,
disappeared when we went to interrupt. I figured we could go shopping.
of course we don't hang out. Hanging out windows would be uncomfortable, no?
It means spend time together, Adamant.
But we're always together.
Generally outside of constant danger.
Ah.
It would be good to have some guys' night out sort of entertainment, no?
Yeah. I suppose. But it's not nighttime.
No, it's
Such a literal person.
It's a metaphor, Adamant.
Somebody was supposed to come show us where the magic shop was.
Somebody has given you a kind of a little visitor's guide to the university that has a map on it, and it shows where the dormitories are, where the quad is, like for the public space, where the classroom buildings are, where the library is, where the refectory or the what passes for the dining hall and its constituent, different kitchens are, because they have multiple kitchens that do different types of cuisine. And then the district where it's basically the Academy bookstore, which is not a single shop, but a collection of shops that are off in one little quad. So they show you that, and there are signs posted that are in several different languages, including in Common. So you guys can find your way around and make your way over that way.
Okay.
And so you're looking for. So which shop are you going to? Which shop are you going to try to go to first?
Well, the one that Galibar was the magic shop because they had an enchanter that had stuff like that. So
Okay. And so you find a You find a shop. And this particular shop is okay. Yeah, it's fine. This particular. Oh, come on. Really?
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Come on, you're not giving me what I want.
I'm sorry.
No. This stupid generator is not giving. It is not giving me what I want. Okay. Let me change this. Go back here. There we go. All right. Okay. So you find one called the Glass Stag is the name of the magic shop. And as you enter the Glass Stag, you see that the proprietor is a Soratami, so one of the moon folk. And he says, "Oh, hello. Welcome. My name is Domibu. How are you?"
Nope.
Well, I'm doing fine. Was looking for anything that's
I'm sorry, you cut off a little bit. So you're looking for anything that's what?
interesting.
Well, here at the Glass Stag, we have plenty that's interesting. Could you be a little bit more specific? Interesting in what way? Are you looking for something that's colorful? Are you looking for something that is defensive in nature? Are you looking for something that's offensive in nature? Are you looking for something that simply allows you to spread the virtues of your personality to other people? In what way would you like it to be interesting?
I'm shopping for someone or some people for gifts. Do you have a gift section?
Oh. Why, yes, sir. Here at the Glass Stag, all of our merchandise is suitable for gift giving. Either a gift to give yourself or a gift to give those that are important to you, or a gift to give those that you would rather see go away and never come back again. We have all kinds of gifts here at the Glass Stag.
Do you sell magical items as well?
Magical items. Of course we sell magical items. We would not be a magical shop if we did not sell magical items. Yes. In fact, I dare say you'll find more that is magical in this shop than you'll find that is mundane.
What does the interior of the shop look like? Is it?
This shop looks like late 20th century kitsch, but with an emphasis on magical items. There appears to be, maybe there's a hint of organization in the shop, but to the untrained eye, it kind of looks sort of haphazard. And this person, the Soratami, has a that typical androgynous Soratami look, but it kind of looks like they they grabbed whatever the first shirt was that they could grab, and whatever the first pair of trousers was that they could grab, and maybe those are two of the same shoes that they have on, and maybe they're not. So this is kind of a person that was a little bit haphazard, maybe.
So, is it like Oriental decor? I'm trying to figure out, like, is it like one of those old, like, antique Chinatown looking stores, or what does it look like exactly? You said kitsch, but I don't know what that is exactly.
Tacky.
It's tacky.
Yeah, basically it's kind of tacky, and
That's
it's
Kind of like Spencer's.
kind of like Spencer's. Yes.
I think you mean Goodwill is what you're trying to say.
Well, because it's a magic shop, it feels more like a Spencer's, but yeah, in terms of how everything is organized, it might feel a little bit like a Goodwill. Thrift shop.
Do I see the items that I said Galibar would probably be interested in?
Well, presuming that you eventually give him or give the person an idea of the kinds of things that you're looking for, you can, they will direct you over in that direction. And you will eventually come across, let me see, what would you come across first? You do come across a display that has a number of musical instruments on it, including several horns. And these are horns that have bands made of different metals, and you do in fact find one that has brass on it, and you have a person with you who is very adept at identifying magical items, so you could sort of have them confirm. And Adamant, I'm not going to be so worried in a shopping excursion like this about you using spell slots or
Yeah, it's a ritual
things of
anyway.
Okay. So yeah, while you're browsing, just figure that while you're browsing, you have time to do sort of a ritual, and when Galibar points something out and tells you what he's looking for, you can identify whether or not that is what in fact he's wanting. So yeah, you find something that you think might be what it is. So do you want to ask Adamant to verify for you?
Well, I was just going to ask the shopkeeper what it does.
Oh no, he does.
Okay. Okay. Well,
I mean, this is his shop.
yeah. As you look at this, he says, "Oh, I see. Your eye has been drawn to the horns of Valhalla. Yes. Now, this horn of Valhalla here, I see you are looking at the brass model, and what this will do when you are on the field of battle, or when you are in an especially competitive sporting event, you can blow this horn and summon forth ancient barbarians from Valhalla who will rush to your aid and who will fight alongside you. Now, I must ask you, do you have, I need to just, let's just see. Are you proficient in the use of simple weapons?
Galibar just points to the axe that's on the back on his back. It's like, I'm good with everyone.
Okay, now that is a particularly intricate martial weapon. When I talk about simple weapons, I mean things like spears and whatnot that you might see a farmer or a common soldier use. You sir are obviously a very highly trained and highly specialized fighter. Um,
Did we lose him?
I'm not sure.
No, we heard you stop talking. I'm sure if we lost you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Am I back now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
You were asking about a spear and
Yeah. So, that is okay. Come on. Aha. Okay. All right. So yeah. I think the answer
Galibar just-
for Galibar is yes, but in your barbarian, as part of your barbarian back features, do you have simple weapons listed as?
Yes, we
Okay.
barbarians along with fighters just
Okay.
have weapons. And
Okay.
Galibar just points to the bandolier of 5 daggers across his chest.
Okay. And he says, "Oh yes. Well, the reason that I ask is that it's very important that you match the expectations of the heroes that this horn calls, because they have a tendency to get angry if somebody who doesn't know what they're doing calls them, and that can end poorly. But in your case, I think you should be well suited to use this lovely item. Now, this can be used once every 7 days. So if you are going to use it, I would suggest using it when you really need it, because if you make use of it at a time when it is not ideal, and then a couple of days later you really need it, you may be out of luck.
How much is this item?
The brass horn is available for the price of 3,700 gold.
Okay. I think I'll buy it. Galibar pulls out his one of the bags out of his bag of holding and pulls out and starts stacking up on the counter like 370 platinum.
And okay, and he's very very appreciative of that. Oh, okay, all right. Well, were you looking for anything else, sir?
I think I'll just look around for a bit.
Okay. And what about for you other gentlemen?
I think that what I'm looking for is I'm not really seeing it.
Oh, you. Oh, that is distressing. We are, of course, a university shop, so our gifts cater mainly to students. And if you're wondering why students would use the horn, well, the sports ball competitions get very intense when we're having intramurals, and so we have found that there's a large call. What people tend to do is people tend to use their horns and watch the heroes actually play the games, and then the students tend to bet on which group of heroes will win. So
Why are you whispering?
that is a very good question. Why am I whispering? I don't rightly know.
Oyohusa looks
These
around.
horns are so sacred. They call upon the dead and must whisper for their honor. Something like that.
Adamant, do you see anything that catches your fancy?
Not particularly.
I saw a question from okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if he'd have that.
Okay, so that is that. And then that is okay. So, yeah, I can. Okay. I have added that to the
Oof.
magic item price list now.
Okay. Can't afford that yet.
Yeah.
Galibar looks at Oyo's like, "What were you looking?"
Oh, nothing. I just don't see it here. And he kind of just peruses around. Do you see anything that you like?
I mean, I already got the horn, which took up a large portion of my money. I have like 270 gold left between different.
Well, you got what you came for. No?
It should help us quite a lot and make different combats. I plan on saving this for when we fight either the Oni or maybe Uncrupt and the Corrupt Dragon. Could more than double our number.
Maybe so.
What he said is.
Adamant, I think that it would be wise for us to possibly stock up on some healing potions and perhaps some useful scrolls. No?
Well, problem with that, Oyo, is I don't have much cash.
I'll ask the shopkeeper. Do you guys have any healing potions?
Oh, yes, we have the standard healing potions. We have several. Okay. Okay. They would be the standard price. I think the regular healing potion is, what is it, 50 gold? The superior healing is 1,500 gold. I'm looking to see if we've priced a greater healing. I think we have.
Yeah, they're 150. They're at the, if you scroll all the way up, the top of the.
Yeah, I am using. I always just use the search. Potion. Yeah, okay, there it is. Potion of healing 50, potion of greater healing 150, potion of superior healing 1500. Okay.
Can
Yeah. So
he said he had just the standard.
he has the standard and he has some of the greater healing. They do not at the university. They do not have the superior healing because there's really not much call for it among the university students to need a superior healing potion.
Okay. Could I purchase one potion of greater healing and one potion of regular healing?
You sure can.
Okay, I hand over the 20 platinum that I have left.
Okay.
And I'll add. Now I have 2 potions of greater healing and 1 regular.
Okay. Anybody else for more?
I can afford a couple of greater healing.
Okay. So he'll
It's
sell you
150.
150 each.
Yep.
So yeah, 2 of them would be 300.
Boys, I was thinking perhaps we should get some spell scrolls that would be very useful in practicality.
Scrolls are expensive, Leo.
Well, I know, but perhaps we could buy 1 or 2 that could help us out in a pinch that we normally wouldn't have access to. Do you have any ideas?
Well, I'm not much. Like my spell casting is very, very limited. So
Yes.
I don't know many spells.
And unless you happen to be the same vocation as the person who made the scroll, it's difficult to use them.
I know this, but I think it would be wise. Can you think of any spells that we would need in a very most dire of situations that you don't normally have?
The only things I could think of is spells to revive. But we still need the components for that. So,
And what components would that be?
expensive diamonds.
Adamant. What components would that be?
Expensive diamonds, Mario. I don't think I stuttered, did I? It varies between what level of reviving you're using.
So out of character, would it be smart for us to buy a what'd you say, a revivify, or what is it?
Revivify needs a 300 gold piece diamond.
Which
Okay.
it consumed.
Well, okay. And what spell were you thinking? That spell?
That would be the easiest. The next one up, you need 1,000 gold piece diamond.
What does it do?
Or
What spell's that?
500. Raise dead.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's better.
But
But
the difference is
spell.
Revivify has to be done within a minute,
Yeah.
I think. But
Okay.
You have more
Raise
time
Dead
with
can be
Raise
done
Dead.
yeah.
Okay. Well, let's do. All right. Oyo would look at Adamant and say, "Well, let's get to one of those spell scrolls. I'll pay for it. If you cannot do this, no."
I could, but I don't have the material components for it, so I don't prepare it.
I see. Well, let's buy it. The components, at least. If you can cast such spells. Anything else while we're thinking about it?
Not that I can think of.
No. I'm I'm not like I was just looking for something cool to help us fight.
If you can get a more expensive diamond, that could work too.
Hmm. I'll go up to the shopkeeper. Do you sell diamonds used in rare spells?
We specialize in the sale of magic items. What I can tell you is that you can find. Okay. You can find in the over on the other side of the plaza, you can find tomes and tiaras. And tomes and tiaras, they sell some scrolls, and also they sell the components for making scrolls, as well as selling material components needed for specific spells. So you can find all of the specialized inks and parchments and material components that are required for assembling scrolls and casting spells there. They cater to both the divine casters and the arcane as well.
Hmm. All right.
So, tomes and tiaras. When you get over there, just tell Inosu that I sent you, and she will help you.
Very well.
Adamant, Adamant and Galibar. Why don't you take this and he'll pour out some gold. How much gold do we need?
It depends how much how what. I'm not sure how much the spell scrolls will cost.
Okay.
Do you
Quick
need the spell
question.
scroll or do you just need the components?
Well, the components, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Adamant, quick question for you.
Yes.
Right now, you are able to cast third level spells, yes?
Yeah, Revivify would be the highest I could do.
Okay, so for Revivify, that
300
is
gold
part of
piece diamond.
yeah, and that is part of the spell list that you have. I mean, it's for clerics, so I imagine unless there's something about your forged domain that doesn't give you access to Revivify.
Oh no, I
you should-
can take it. I'll
Okay.
get rid of. I can
All
take
right.
rid of sending.
You
So
might want to get like 2 or 3 of the diamond.
Well,
So,
you can get like 1,000 gold piece diamond. It'll take away from the value of the diamond with each casting.
Really?
Yep.
Is that the way it works?
That's how it works.
Okay. I would say probably get diamonds in the right value, because the way it's worded, it is going to use up the diamond, or it's going to consume the diamond. So you wouldn't want to kind of overspend for it. I'm not going to tell you that you would have a harder time finding 300 gold piece diamonds than you would 1,000 gold piece diamonds, but you'd want to get several 300 gold piece diamonds instead of getting a single 1,000 gold piece diamond.
Right.
So how much? So if we got a scroll of Raised Dead, if you're not that, you have to be the level at
You
the
just
level
have
to
make
cast
a
it.
class. I would have to roll a spell
you have to
casting
roll
check.
an Arcana check.
Mm-hmm.
How much would one of those be, Galibar? That spell on it as a scroll.
I should warn you, I don't have Arcana.
Oh, what?
Now Raised Dead is on the spell list for bards, clerics, paladins,
Yeah.
life domain,
It's also
grave domain,
it's a
and
5th level
alchemist.
spell.
Yes. And right now, I think the highest that Adamant has
Yeah.
is 4th level spells, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can't you cast something that's a higher level?
There's
Or no?
a chance it'll fail, right?
What's the
That's the way
chance?
it works. You have to make a scroll, spell scroll. Let's take a look at. Okay, if the spell is on your class's spell list, but of a higher level than you can normally cast, you must make an ability check using your spellcasting ability to determine whether you can cast it successfully. DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. So it would be a DC 15 wisdom check
17.
for him. No, because it's a 5th level spell.
Yeah, the DC for it's. I'm
No,
looking at it
I
on
am
D&D
reading it.
Beyond.
I am reading it. DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. It's a 5th level spell, so 10 plus 5 is 15. It's not 17. I don't know where you're getting 17 from. Unless you're thinking of a different spell, because we're talking about Raise Dead right now, I thought.
Yeah,
which is the
I'm
5th
looking
level.
on D&D Beyond. It's
Okay, you're not looking at the spell scroll entry then. I don't think.
I'll
Okay, that you're talking about the save DC, not. I'm talking about the casting DC. You're talking about the save DC. The casting DC is up in the text up at the top. I see where you're getting the 17 from. We're talking about his ability to cast it. The DC is somebody to resist it, and if you're trying to raise dead of one of your own party, I doubt your party member is going to try to resist.
No.
No! I was just having the best dream about the time I was able to have all of the meats at Arby's, and you're trying to call me back now!
That's funny. Okay, so how much?
There's a thing on this. Did we? I know
you did up to 3rd level.
We did up to 3rd levels. Okay, so
It says 100 gold piece per spell level, plus the cost of any material component.
Okay, so 100 gold pieces. So that would be 500. And then Adamant, what is the normal cost to create a scroll? You have to have special inks and stuff that are worth 50 gold.
Yeah.
So but no. Okay. 500 plus the 500 GP gem or 500 GP diamond. So it would be 1,000 gold for that spell scroll.
But yeah, raise dead is not, unless the body, unless you can't get to the body within 10 days, revivify is all you need. Because in combat, you're gonna you're gonna get to the body right away.
Yeah. Well, I'm the one buying it, so I think.
Yeah.
I'd like to have one for an emergency, and then really, really emergency if you can't, if we couldn't do it within 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the stuff for the downtime, which has what it is to create the scrolls.
That's for you to create the scroll.
That's for you.
Yeah. I'm not really interested in that. I just want to know.
Buy it.
Yeah, I just want brass tacks. I don't want to have a 30-minute discussion about it. I just want to know.
1,000 gold to buy it.
Okay.
It's 5th level spell, and then it requires a 500 GP diamond.
And how many gems do you want? So 1,000. So it's 1,000 gold to buy it, and 1,000 gold gem, or 500.
500 gold. Well, okay. So
1,500 total.
No. If you buy it on a scroll, the scroll presumes that the At least I believe the scroll presumes
That's right.
that the component has already been baked into the scroll.
Right. It's probably like written with diamond dust or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't need to have that extra.
Okay.
Have that extra thing. So you're paying for the component by buying the scroll.
Okay. And then Adamant, you said Pete, you need at least what, 300 gold, 300 gold's worth of diamonds, at least maybe twice.
For Revivify, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So here's what Oyo does.
Okay.
He pulls out some gold and he counts it out. And Adamant, will this be enough, you think, to buy what you need?
I suppose.
Good. Buy 1 raised dead scroll and 2 diamonds for your Revivify. I'm going to look for another store. I have something I'm on the hunt for. Then we will meet up at that restaurant that Enka said, right? No?
Fine with me.
By then we all should be very hungry. Good.
Unlikely.
All right. So Oyohusa gives him 1,600 gold. And then he leaves to find this store.
Okay.
Galibar just like looks at both of them going at different directions. Which
Why don't you go with Oyo?
Okay. And he follows Oyo.
Now, Galibar, I'd love for you to come. It's fine, but it is a bit of a surprise, so we should not speak of what I am buying, no?
Okay, I can keep secrets.
Okay. So I go
so awkward.
I go around looking for. There's got to be some kind of nice antique store or something.
Okay, hang on. We've been with the guys for a while. Let's go back to the girls because they've been patiently waiting.
Okay.
So let's give them a chance to do something. Enka and Elora, you all were going to bathe. Is this a, sitting in kind of adjoining stalls having or a conversation, or is it just, go bathe, go back to the room, done?
We're sitting there just chatting about what happened and goofing around, probably making jokes and such to each other.
Okay. Enka?
She back it from her break?
Did she step away? I didn't see that she had stepped away. Okay. Okay, I see. All right, so...
Sorry.
Oh, okay, there
Sorry.
she is.
Sorry.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So the guys were doing some shopping. Now we're back to the girls. They are having some bath time. And we just wanted to check in on them, see what sort of conversations they're having while they're bathing. If they do that, or if they're just concentrated on getting clean.
I mean, I'm game for the relaxing and just being off the road for a while type thing. What are you in for, Elora?
Joking around, chilling, talking about what happened during the adventures and
okay.
Yeah,
we can do that.
What are you looking forward to doing?
Oh, but pretty much it. Just being in a bath of hot water, up to my neck, kind of thing.
Soaking the horns of it.
Yeah. You got to shave them down and keep them nice and pristine. So anyway, yeah. So I guess I can, kind of start off. I'll basically once we kind of get settled into baths and have our change of clothes and all of that kind of stuff pulled out, she'll kind of look over at Elora and go, "So do you think he was upset or was he amused?"
Elora will only chuckle a bit and say, "He's amused. He gave me a hug. He doesn't show emotions very much."
I'll kind of pick that up. Yeah. Well, and I know it was probably more than what was expected, but such is the life of a bard. Life is a party sometimes, and even though that's not the way I was brought up, well, you have to kind of try to learn how to blend in, I guess. I don't know.
I'm very much aware of what a life with a bard is. She rubs her forehead a bit. My brother, I know I don't talk about him much. It's a rough subject if you couldn't nail on it already.
Yeah.
He was a bard. He was the bellman. Well, where we were. Anyway.
He was the what man?
The bellman.
What's that?
He played the bells in the tower and sung the songs of the city.
Oh, okay.
Angel really helped him get himself settled and, in your words, blended in.
Mm-hmm.
He always wanted to make a crowd one way or another, despite us being rejected with cities and...
I don't know a lot about you guys because, I kind of joined on last minute and just we've been go, go, go since I joined up. So where did you come from?
Elora will go quiet for a moment.
If you don't have to talk about it if you don't want. I'm curious more than anything.
She's wondering if she should say the Underdark or if she should just say Innistrad. And she just takes a moment, thinks, and says, "Well, my chosen place to live was Innistrad. I didn't really have the flexibility to know, but I liked it there for the most part."
Okay. So you came from Innistrad, where you at least lived there. Now, did you live there with your brother?
He put me in a cabin out in the woods because he said that I could live in the city.
Oh,
he always protected me. He came back every once in a while and played with Griffey and made sure that Griffey was well fed and that I was still okay. I tried to sneak into his house and he didn't really appreciate me turning into a tiger on his bed every so often.
So, who's Griffey?
Griffey? And she leans over the tub into her pile of clothing or her bag and then pulls out the statue. As she tosses the statue at Enka.
And Enka tries to grab it. Hopefully.
And on top of the statue there's a moving griffin just dancing around on the top of it. That's Griffey. Griffey, I've known him ever since I came to Innistrad, and he's so awesome. Just one day I'll show you what he looks like. Just you wait. I need to feed him here shortly, but normally Galibar likes to be here whenever I do it.
Yeah, she's just literally fascinated by this.
Enka, make me an Arcana check. Okay, yes, you would recognize that what Elora has tossed you is a unique design, but it is in fact a figurine of wondrous power.
Oh wow.
So that it can call forth a griffin.
Because she's just kind of fascinated by the fact that there's a little miniature griffin dancing around the top of this.
Yeah, that part appears to be, you've never seen one that is animated in that way.
Okay.
Because normally they're just carvings, but this is something where it's had some sort of illusion cast on it that allows the little miniature griffin to move around.
So she just seems absolutely fascinated. She goes, "Granted, I've heard of these and I've heard them described. I've never heard of them described as moving. It's usually just a carved thing. How does that work?"
Well, I take really good care of my lovelies. So in charge, I give them their little dome of life inside there, and they really enjoy it. So with the magic that I give them, they dance around and prowl, and I can just look over them.
Okay. Wow, that's cool.
I was kind of describing it as like a snow globe. Like,
yeah.
Okay. Easiest way I can describe it as.
So she kind of very gently puts it down because she doesn't want to, cause any issue to it. And then she'll kind of lean back a little bit, yawn, and so when did you join up with this group, or have you been with them from the start?
Well, someone had to run away and miss his play date with Griffey, and Griffey got really upset. So I had to go find them. They were in like mine shaft someplace with a lot of people and eggs, and it was just a nightmare. Crazy place. Even especially when they came back from me. Eric, stupid people. Should have just stayed down there in the hole.
Of course, poor Enka's like trying to follow the conversation that seems to stop and start in places. So she's just kind of like, down where? She's trying to ask questions to basically make it understandable what in the heck you're talking about.
As Elora kind of phrases again, because it's the drow from the Underdark, and it's like, are they drow?
Okay. Do I know anything about drow? Or just rumors or legends? Or...
Let's see. You have traveled to different planes, and we have established in this particular multiverse that the Underdark is a plane unto itself that has intersections with multiple different planes.
Yeah.
So the same Underdark that intersects Toril in the Forgotten Realms would also intersect in a different place with Innistrad, and would intersect in a different place with Ravnica, and would intersect in a different place probably with Greyhawk and with other planes like that. So yes, the chances are you would have heard of drow. You would recognize that that Elora's skin pigment is evocative of drow. She may not be as dark as some drow that you have seen, and by the ears you can tell she's got both elvish and human parentage. So she's probably a half elf, being a half drow, and so a little bit lighter skin than most drow, but the same sort of shock of kind of platinum hair that that drow are known for. You would probably know that on most planes where drow are known, they are viewed with suspicion because they have what a lot of other races consider kind of an unholy obsession with worshiping Lolth, which is this uh, demon goddess of spiders.
Ugh.
Yeah, and you know, Elora being a druid that is in tune with the surface world, that
The
is
scared of
very
spiders.
well. I don't know if you guys have encountered many spiders yet, so that people would, or that Enka would have seen that. But
Yeah, we haven't encountered any
yeah,
spiders that I'm aware of
We
since
But-
I joined the
fear of
party.
it in the forest, though.
okay, yeah, she did mention a fear of
Okay.
it in the forest, and also the fact that she's a druid on the surface. What you'd
Okay.
expect from
Okay.
a typical drow. Probably the last piece of information that you would know that's widely known is that drow are a matriarchal society
Okay.
in which the women hold the power of both the clergy and the political power,
Gotcha. Okay.
and the men are considered something like expendable fighting
Wow.
forces.
Gotcha. Okay.
And yes,
Jeez. Talk about a hard crowd.
yeah.
So, okay. So she'll just kind of, oh, okay. Well, and one of Enka's things is it's just kind of a live and let live just because of her heritage and where she's come from in the past. She's not been highborn or anything. She's, a common or she was a common herder, grew up her life around animals and out in the wilderness and whatnot. So yeah, she's unless there's something that she's encountered personally, which probably hasn't, in regards to causing an opinion of the drow, she'll just be kind of like, okay, whatever works, whatever trips triggered kind of thing. So so anyway, she'll she'll carry on this conversation a little bit with you and goes, well, what do you know about the others? I mean, I've picked up a little bit here and there. I think there's something wrong with Galibar and his obsession with prestidigitation, and not wanting to take a bath, but that's beside the point.
Well, reading the minds, and now, even today, seeing how they act, Adamant doesn't have a full grasp on human interactions and things, but who am I to say anything? She kind of rubs her neck awkwardly, knowing that she sucks at talking and interacting with anyone. And even Enka in the bathroom trying to tell her about the story of how she met Adam and Oyo and Galibar and everyone else.
Yeah.
Adamant, he's nice though. Like, even though he doesn't grasp human interaction, he tries his best, which is awkwardly adorable. Like, him giving me head pats. Like, I don't understand it, but I think it's him trying to be comforting. Big, strong, wants to protect, almost like Galibar. Galibar, he's big, buff, and I just want to braid his hair one night. Like, do you see those luscious locks?
Yeah, not quite up on braiding men's hair. Sorry.
Elora kind of like huffs and looks away awkwardly, like, "Oh."
Well, no, I'm just
bad.
kind of like, I would see it if it was someone that I was maybe attracted to, but he's okay as a friend.
Elora will nod her head and then keep on going on, saying how Galibar wants to protect everyone, how he's a big, huge softie when it comes to griffins, and how he
Gotcha.
loves the nature, and how he always wants to try and find some freedom. Because he has a lot of stuff on his shoulders that he's bearing down on.
Gotcha.
Oyohusa doesn't like sharing his feelings. He likes keeping to himself a bit. He's a big old softy on the inside, but don't tell anyone that.
And Enka will kind of make like the lip sealed motion.
As Elora will go on to say, I think he likes it when you bite on his ear. I don't know, it just might be my my
Record scratch.
instinct, but like he always looks so awkwardly and touches it whenever he's around me. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? I might have to try it one day, but not anytime soon. But
Yeah. But when you said that, you hear if there were such a thing as records in this, yeah, bite on his ear. And she kind of looks over and goes, Laura, do you have the hots for Oyohusa?
Elora will tilt her head and say, huh?
Do you like him more than like him in other ways?
Well, they're all my friends.
Do you like him more than, say, Galibar Adamant? Does your face flush hot when you're alone with Oyohusa? She's trying to like not quite come out and say, "Hey, do you got a crush on him?"
Well, out of the three of them, Oya was the one who was caring the most whenever Eric left. And especially when I was paralyzed, he came to my rescue first. He came to check up on me.
Oh, so maybe it's mutual. Because
What
I
you
don't
mean?
know if I would go bite Oyohusa's ear.
Well, I can bite yours too. She says so innocently, not thinking about
And
it.
about this time, Enka kind of looks over at Elora and does the whole tongue to nose lick thing. And kind of raises an eyebrow like,
Oh my gosh.
Elora will be smiling innocently, not thinking anything of it.
and she kind of wiggles her ears a little bit like, my ears are kind of hairy. I don't think you would enjoy that experience. So
Elora will think for a moment and nod her head and it's like, I don't like tasting. Yeah.
what?
I don't like tasting fur. Ew.
Well, so there.
It's like
All the better
peaches.
reason not to
Right.
bite my ear. I'll just let you bite Oyohusa's. It sounds like that's a much better prospect than biting mine. So yeah, they'll continue on, I guess, just kind of chit-chatting and talking about, and Enka will, kind of ask her some more details about, growing up and with a brother and, her family and that kind of stuff. And we'll occasionally, basically say, well, my life wasn't that exciting growing up. I had a mother and a father, and we lived in a small village, and my specialty was, calling all the animals basically back to the farm at night off the hills. And my job was to go out and watch them during the day when they fed and whatnot, and to protect them. And that was about it until Tamayo came through and thought that it was rather interesting what I did, and decided that I needed to go on adventures with her for a while. And well, since I didn't see another opportunity of ever going out and doing anything other than, getting married and having calves and, that kind of thing, I figured I'd give it a shot.
Elora seems very intrigued and interested about Enka's life story as she's leaning over the tub with her head on her hands, just like, really? Exciting.
I think it's more like, yeah, it wasn't that exciting. Nothing exciting in my life until I started planes traveling with a planeswalker. So she'll talk a little bit about some of the things that they did, and which out of character don't quite have all that stuff kind of written down yet. So a lot of it is still kind of open. So, but she'll talk a little bit about a couple of the little eccentricities of different places that they'd gone, or some of the times that she was just utterly terrified of where they were going because, she's just she was this basically ranch hand farm kid, and, going through these places where she was pretty sure that she wasn't supposed to be going, but how she has met other Minotaur and finds it kind of fascinating of the different kinds that are out there. So, she'll talk a little bit about that, but she still kind of grills Elora about her adventures with the group to be able to try to understand them a little better and whatnot, trying to pull as much information as she can without the guys hearing.
Yeah, Elora would be easily suckered into trying to tell you everything about their adventures, but with her wording and jumping back and forth, it's hard to understand. But you probably get the gist.
It's probably going to take a little while for Enka to be able to pull out the full story, and having to go back and ask for her to expound upon things. So, what do you want to do after we get done here? You want to go shopping, or we want to go see if we can't find maybe some travel clothes, or
travel clothes?
Well, we're supposed to be these dignitaries. I know you've got a really pretty dress, but she kind of looks over at a pile of her commoner's clothes and is like, yeah, I kind of don't really fit that persona, I guess.
Yeah. Elora, give me an insight check, if you will. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So what Elora would gather from the bits and pieces that Enka has said, because Enka left home in the company of a planeswalker, and more especially because that planeswalker is someone from this plane, Kamigawa. When Enka was brought here by that planeswalker, she was immediately treated with sort of a level of honor and respect. Oh, well, this planeswalker must have brought her, so she must be somebody really special. Now she's not in the company of that planeswalker, and she's going to be going with a series or a set of diplomats to other planes and areas, and it seems like Enka's feeling a little self-conscious about the fact that everybody else looks more the part of a diplomat, and she kind of looks like a country sheep herder.
A country bumpkin.
And so you pick up on that, and Elora goes, "Oh, yeah, she wants something a little bit more fancy."
So. A little nod her head, say, "Yes, we can go shopping." But we do have to make it quick. Like, I think we've been in the bath for a little bit too long.
She kind of looks over at her and goes, "Are you wrinkly?"
She'll raise her hands and look at her hands and say, "No, I'm just cold."
Well, why did you say something? I've got a layer of fur. You don't.
As Laura will get out, dry herself off, get dressed, and say, "Come on, we have to make it before dinner time."
Okay.
I take more to dry off than you do.
Okay, so we will leave the ladies as they are getting out of the tub and starting to get dried off and transition to getting ready to go shopping. When we come back, we will pivot back to Oyohusa and his little shopping excursion with Galibar. And in between now and then, we're going to go ahead and take a break. I have about 10 after. Let's go ahead and come back at around 20 after. And I'm going to put on the music, and I will put on the slate. Chat, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. If you have any questions for any of the players, go ahead and throw that in the chat during the break, and we will address those when we get back. And players, here comes your break.
Dun, dun.
Dun, dun. That was a nice little RP session.
You set me up, didn't you?
No, I think it's very reasonable that two females soaking in bubble baths or whatever the hell you guys were doing, would have like a little girl powwow, so to speak.
I'm teasing. Done playing with my charger now? Okay. Gypsy was playing with my charger.
Is that your cat or a dog?
Yeah. Kitty.
Kitty, kitty, kitty. Meow, meow, meow.
Cat never runs out of energy.
How old is the cat?
She's a special. She's a special
turning
breed.
A year in March, and yeah, she's a wild cat.
Literally,
Part
she's
wildcat.
a wildcat? Part wildcat?
Yeah, and do you know what a Savannah wildcat is?
Yep.
Yeah. She's like half that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Jealous. My cats are a bunch of lazy lamps. And they're like,
Here, I'll show you the most recent photo that I have of her. This is the most recent photo I have of her.
potato cat. That's funny. Potato cat is in prison. Whoa.
She literally pulled the potatoes out of the bag so she can go in it.
Oh, look at her.
That
she
purple
has
bed's
stripes.
right beside my arm, so she's sleeping right beside me.
Oh, you got her one of those exercise wheels.
She needs it. Do you see how run down it is?
Oh my god, I've been wanting one of those, but I just don't know if my cats are like that ambitious.
It only has to
Cool.
be a short clip because Discord's a butt doesn't let do more.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I've been thinking about one of those, but then my cats just kind of go, yeah, okay, whatever.
No exercise for me, thank you.
Well, and that's the thing, is I have 2 cats. I have Sassy and Max. And Sassy and Max have a tendency to sound like a pair of elephants running around upstairs. And then you come up and you're like, okay, guys, knock the shit off, you know, and then they look at you and then they take off. And again, it's just this boom, 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 boom. And you're like, oh, God.
Well, if they run a lot, then I would say, how old are they?
Well, Max is only about, I think he's about 2.5 years now. And Sassy's maybe just barely pushing 5, if that. So
Because
yeah.
of their age, I'm not sure if they'll directly take on it.
Yeah.
But I do feel like if you, like, rent one out for a day and see if they like it, then yeah, probably.
See, that would be the problem is around here, I have no idea where you could go and rent something like that. So, but I'll tell you what, tonight, and which reminds me, my to-do list, I have to go pull out my, what is it? Oh, shit. It's not welding, for Pete's sake. Anyway, I have to pull out the soldering iron. That's the word I'm looking for. Because my parents bought all of the grand cats in the family, bought all of them one of those toys that's the fish that flops around.
Yeah.
Well, my husband left it hooked up to the charger one day, and my husband left it up to the charger one day on the table, and they actually pulled it off of the charger. And when did, the little piece that allows the plug-in, USB plug-in, literally came off. So just the soldering came off. So I had to take the whole thing apart to figure out, because they were pissed that it didn't work anymore.
I would be pissed too. Like, that's my favorite toy. What?
So yeah, they I mean, I was recharging it usually on a every other day basis. So, because they would sit and wrestle with it so much.
I know she loves her wheel, and I know that she loves this fly fishing rod toy that we got her.
Mm-hmm.
And she just books it from one side of the house to the other. Like, it's a long fly fishing rod.
See, my one cat, Sassy, she's a gray tabby, and she loves to. She's a leaper. She will go from floor to 4.5 foot in the air and nothing flat. Just boom. It's like, ooh, okay.
Yeah, I know I'm only 5 feet tall, but I know she can. Gypsy being not even a year yet, she can leap all the way up to my hip.
Oh yeah. Well, and Sassy's just hilarious about that. So she's a stinker. But anyway,
Gypsy likes getting into trouble too.
Which cats don't like getting into trouble?
I'll be taking a bath and she'll climb on top of me and take a bath and sleep on my chest. I'm like, here, I'm not allowed to take my bath now.
Wow. Yeah, around here in the morning, she'll come racing upstairs, and then I have to laugh. Oh my goodness. So I have to laugh because my cat will literally, the stairs turn back on themselves, basically, to go upstairs. And she will come racing up the stairs. Oh, look at the puppy. And hit the wall of the turn. Literally, she will push herself off of it. So, of course, when she does that, I yell, "Parker!" She goes running through. But, yeah, she's a stinker. Good Lord, is she a stinker. Oh, look at the baby. Oh,
look at all of them.
Whose black cat is that?
That is our cat, or one of our cats. And he's not a baby, he's fully grown.
Well, it's still a fur baby. You know, that's why we say, whose baby is that? Because they're still fur babies.
There are little ones we must protect.
Yeah, those are. I don't have kids, so they're my parents' fur babies or fur grandchildren. I'll have to show you.
It's having a dog though.
I don't have a picture of my old cat. I gave him to my niece because she didn't have a pet, and he's been staying with her for 4 years now or something like that. But anyway, I used to. He's a tabby, and I rescued him out of the middle of the freeway.
Oh,
or it
no.
wasn't. It wasn't a freeway. It was a highway, but he was just sitting out there in the middle, and he was just confused and terrified, and had one of his legs was like almost like was like sliced, and his skin was like peeled down to his toe. It was kind of hanging out, and he was covered in. His ears had mites in them. He was covered in fleas, and I was like, oh god. So I was gonna leave him, and I thought, oh god, I can't do it. So I pulled over, and I ran out there, and I got him, and I tried to go around the surrounding houses, be like pawn him off on somebody. Like, oh, is this? And then of course, nobody came to the doors, and so he came home with me, and I gave him a good bath and got the fleas off of him, and put some medicine in his ears for mites. And
I love how the cat's on the other cat.
I pulled his skin back up, and I stitched it, and I disinfected it, and I named him Lucky.
I
would shave him. I would shave him sometimes, like, because he would get hot in the summer, and I would just shave him with clippers, and I would shave him all over, like, really. It's probably not good for him, but I would shave him, like, literally shave him.
Was he like long haired or medium haired?
Something like that. I don't know. He wasn't really. He was like a normal tabby. Yeah, he was just like a normal tabby, but he would shed, and so I was like, oh, I'm sick of this. And so I would take him over to my brother's. I would shave him, but I would leave like 4 or 5 inch, about 4 inches of fur on his feet, so he had like solid boots. And I would leave his mane around his neck and around his head, and then I would leave a small section of his tail.
Y'all want to see a purdy cat?
He looked so freaking alien. It was funny. I don't have a picture of it.
Yeah.
Just to know that cat trusted you enough so you could shave him.
Oh, he wasn't happy. But he enjoyed it after.
Yeah. Well, it probably did, because it was probably nice and cool. And so the pictures that I posted up there, the one with him sitting on her in the box, that's Max. That's Maximus Tankimus. And as you can see by those 2 pictures, they're thick as thieves. I swear to God. And I came out from gaming actually after last weekend's game. And I came out and I looked and went, well, hi. Because he's sitting right on her. And she's like, what?
Keep going down.
So
go down any further.
And the picture of the cat that's on the coat that you can kind of barely see, that's Serendipity, and she is the oldest, but she played one of those tricks on me. I'm walking around and it's overcast day and it's kind of semi-dark in here, and my husband's black coat was on the kitchen or in the dining room table, and I couldn't find her. I kept walking around going, dippity, dippity dot, where are you? She's sitting on the frickin' black coat watching me the whole time, and I'm walking right past her. My perception, I had a negative. I crit failed that. And the whole thing is she just kept looking at me like, I knew she was watching me, little shit. So yeah. The only reason you can see her in that picture is because I turned on the dining room light, but she was still. That was just the other day. She was still hanging out on that.
Yeah, that's the difference between cats and dogs. Is dogs will, they're like, oh, hey, there you are. Let's go. And cats are like, what do you want?
Is Lucky the orange and white one in your picture? That's like spread eagle between the.
No, I don't have.
This
I don't have-
Adamant.
Oh, Adamant. I'm sorry.
I'd have to search my phone. I don't know. I might have deleted it. I might be able to find it. We'll see.
Adamant. Who is?
All right. You guys can continue posting pictures to each other in Discord, but let's
Discord's missing.
rein it. Let's rein it back into the game. When we last left before the break, we were going to come back as Oyo was going to be doing a shopping trip, and Galibar was coming along with him. So, Oyo, you have advised Galibar you want to keep your shopping trip a little bit on a down low. And so as you are heading out from the scroll shop, where are you heading? You're looking for, you see a bunch of different types of shops. So what catches your eye? There's all kinds of shops around.
Looking around, and I'm just kind of talking to Galibar, and we're talking about the weather and whatnot, and we're looking around at some stores, and then I see this one over, and I say, Galibar, well, that one looks promising. We should go in there.
Yes. And the name on it is something called Little Collectibles.
How about the Jade Dragon?
Oh, okay.
So the Jade Dragon and Little Collectibles, or something like that.
Well, okay, yeah. You see, there is a Jade Dragon on the sign, and the lettering on it says Little Collectibles. So that works.
Yeah.
All right. So as you head in there, and let's take a look at. Okay. You see a Soratami shopkeeper in there, and it's a shopkeeper that is even more kind of frustratingly, perhaps frustratingly, perhaps not, even more androgynous than most. It has just kind of the in-between hair length, has just the really sort of draped on robes, so you can't quite get a sense of what this person is, and has a very melodious voice that's just in a register that might be a little higher or might be a little lower, and this person says, hello, welcome to the shop. I am Datusito. How can I help you?
Yes, hello. You have a lovely shop. You have quite a excellent selection.
Yes, we have all types of things that are from the recent to the more ancient past. We represent all of the cultures of Kamigawa.
Hmm. Oyo notices something out of the corner of his eye, and he walks over and this looks incredibly old and handmade. Is this for sale?
Oh, yes, it is. I see that you have a sharp eye for excellent craftsmanship. You will notice that all of the pieces are exquisitely manufactured, handmade, as you say, to be of a set. And it is said that if you arrange them in a certain way, you can even see the fortunes of your day.
Galibar, I like the design on this. What do you think?
I mean, it looks pretty.
Indeed. You know, have I told you about my homeland, how every year there is almost a sea of cherry blossoms, and they are held quite sacred where I come from.
No, we don't. We haven't really talked much about, well, really anything.
I think you would like it. Someday I hope that you can come and walk. It's amazing. It's walking amongst the trees as the blossoms fall. It's a sea of pink and white. I think you would enjoy it greatly. And the smell. And Oyo closes his eyes and he's just reminiscing. Galibar, this smell is so overwhelming. Just like nothing you've smelled in your entire life.
Out of character, it looks like there's cherry blossoms outside the college.
Yeah,
There
there's cherry
is.
blossom.
There is.
Yeah,
Which is
so
kind of why he's feeling nostalgic.
Did we lose-
Gallibard just like taps his fingers, and like the smell of the cherry blossoms that are outside just waft through Oyo's nose like that.
He starts huffing them. Oh,
You
cute.
catch on, Galibar. But no, imagine thousands and thousands of trees. This is nothing.
I mean,
And
with that much of them, you'd think the smell would be a little overpowering.
no, it is not as you would expect. But in the evenings, when the air goes cool and the stars shine in the sky, it's almost magical. And the fireflies bright and playful on the fields. I miss home, Galibar. I have not been for such a long time.
We've been traveling for a while now. A few months.
Indeed. Do you think of home sometimes? I'm sure you do.
Every
He broke
Of
off
course,
there.
my home is gone.
Do you still think of her?
Xandri.
Yes.
Every single day.
I hope she is well. I do miss her. But she had to
Galibar looks
walk.
rather sad right now.
She had to walk a different path, my friend. She would be proud of you. You have grown.
Not that much. I'm more so just trying to compensate for not having.
Well, I know that we have not hung out very often, but perhaps we can start changing this. I know you're not one for idle talk, but sometimes it would be good to just sit and relax and have a good conversation.
It's a lot easier to sit down and talk the fate of the world put on your head. I mean, we have no idea how much we have left to.
Hmm. That reminds me of a.
We could already be.
You keep cutting out, Chris.
He says, well, we have no idea how long we have to do what we need to do. We could already be too late.
Do you remember back on the days when we were on that airship?
Yeah.
One early morning as the sun was coming above the clouds, and the air was still foggy and cool, and I was on deck. Xandri approached me, and she was quite troubled. And she spoke a lot as you do now. And I told her that it would be wise that sometimes life is about learning to let go of the things that we cannot directly change. And that there is peace behind the veil of doing so. And I say this to you now. We must, and I am guilty of this too, although I do not show it. It is easy to get restless and feel overwhelmed with all the burdens that me and you have shared and will share. But I think that the important thing is that we do it together and not feel that it is all on our own.
Leo, back home, do you have people waiting for you that or that or I should do you have people back home that you care about?
Throughout life, one has many different types of relationships. But yes, there are all varying degrees of caring that I have for people back home.
I have mother. While I can always message her stone, he has the sending stones that they were made into like necklaces. He has around that's 25 words a day isn't a lot. Then I have other family, at least I hope. There, a sister. at least some of my still be alive. I vaguely remember having a brother that didn't live with them. I need this to go well. I need to be able to go and tell the world is fine. She'll be safe. I need to be able to go find my sister and the rest of sure things okay there as well. Like the worlds are being threatened, especially ours with the threat of the gift. Turns out isn't that big of a threat compared to everything. I will probably about every we are facing. Oyo. I need that in the back of
Breaking up. You might have to repeat all that fluidly instead of pausing.
It's at the beginning and the end of what you're saying.
Okay, is it good now?
Yeah.
You
Hopefully.
might need to turn up your mic sensitivity because it's always at the beginning of what you're and the end of what you're saying.
I have the mic right up to my mouth.
Okay. What were you
um,
saying? Okay.
I said, what was the last thing?
You were talking about your mom and your sister, and then you started talking about the Gith, and that turns out they're not the main source of the problem, and there's more serious things going on above them, and that's kind of like where you left off.
He says, I need to keep the thought of our mission at the back of my head constantly. There are people I need to protect back home. This mission is very serious. While it probably would be easier to just not focus on the danger that everybody is constant, it is the only thing keeping me motivated. The thoughts of the people that will or would die. Oh, if our mission fail, how we have no idea if we're even close to completing, whether or not we will ever return home again. We have been in constant danger the entire time we've been away from. Entire time, everything in these worlds has either wanted to kill us or almost succeeded in. We've already lost. Xandri went off on her own mission. Like, she was a big motivator for me. Like, she was my best person ever, like, actually, like, friended me back in the gladiator pits. The only person to actively, like, try talk. And now she's gone. I have no idea if we have no idea what at least I have no idea if what's gonna face us tomorrow, if maybe this Oni's heard about us and is gonna go charging towards us instead of us going to them, or if like suddenly another dragon's gonna be corrupt and start tearing this place apart. the constant worry is what. Wait, I know that's probably not healthy, but it's.
As I said before, Zandri thought like this, as you do. And I was able to teach her some things that helped her with this stress. Would you be interested in learning how to use an ancient technique, a tradition passed down for many thousands of years? We call it meditation.
Oyo, I.
Yes.
It's. I do it frequently.
Oh,
Usually, what I'm doing before we.
not like this. This is something that is closely guarded and given freely for those who seek it, but it is something that is taught. I highly doubt that, given your background, you would know it, unless someone taught you it.
Oyo, until we are able to go back home, I. It's a motivator to keep going, even if that's not healthy.
Well, you can do this, but at the same time, you can let go of this exterior stress that is at war with your spirit. Just something to think about. You don't have to give me an answer now. But it greatly helped Zandri, and I think it could help you. In fact, I know it could. But such conversations are meant for a different day. And today should be one of joy and wonder. I particularly like the design on this one, the cherry blossoms.
Oh, yes, they are positively lovely.
I just realized like, the shopkeepers has been sitting there.
Listening to this entire time.
The shopkeeper has been. The shopkeeper reminds you a little bit of the staff at the apartments in Ravnica, where the shopkeeper realizes that the two of you are falling into conversation and so takes 2 or 3 steps away and busies itself with uh, straightening and tidying some things close enough at hand that when you turn your attention back towards the shopkeeper, they can be right there, but far enough away to make you all feel like you have some space for uh, talking with each other without being overheard. It's sort of that practiced technique of very obviously being unobtrusive.
I guess Oyo goes back and says Galibar. He tells him, "You know, one of my masters used to tell me. He said, Oyohusa, in this life you must find out for yourself. Are you the cherry blossom, or are you the bee?" And he points out to something else. Oh, what do you think about this? It has a nice. Look at that. It's like a wavy bamboo leaves, and there's a butterfly. It's nice contrast, no?
It is quite.
Well, we should not battle. Excuse me, I would like to purchase these two things here. How
Oh.
much? I imagine that this one, this right here, is very expensive. Perhaps one of a
Okay.
kind. No?
Yes, this here is handcrafted and with the elements in it. It is 170 gold pieces. It is very reasonably priced for something of its.
I
Of
see.
its
And the more older, exquisite one here is how much?
The older one here, you notice the elegance and simplicity. This also has a very delicate structure. This one would be 210 gold.
I very much like this color of blue.
Yes, yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about it? Who's the artist? And I'm curious.
Well, this one was created by a Soratami craftsman some 500 years ago. The exact artist's name is lost to the mist of time, but the person from whom we purchased it had authenticated it to be in their family for some 10 generations, and they were having a bit of a sad to say, fallen on a bit of hard times, and they were having to part with some heirlooms, and this was one of them. Um, we were lucky to be able to keep all of the pieces together. So that
It's
is
not a scratch on it. It's remarkable.
yes, yes. And the other you were looking at, that one was crafted by a kitsune artisan some 200 years ago. And the kitsune tell that a cousin descended from the sister of the legendary Nine Tails himself. Once drank from one of these. So it is that is where its pedigree comes from.
I see. Galibar, do you see anything else in the shop that you like?
Nothing that I would really get myself. I am running a little low, so I would probably like to save up what I don't to spend.
Well, I have money. It's nothing to give you some freely with no expectation of a return.
I'm not one for trinkets, stuff like that. Generally, when I give gifts or like that, it usually has a practical use as well. Generally, magic items. So I don't really need. I have on me just about everything at notice.
I see. Tell me, shopkeeper, do you think that ladies of a certain persuasion or no persuasion at all would find this an attractive gift?
Well, I think that anyone who is cultured and has a sense of style would find that both an attractive and a practical gift. After all, the ancient ceremony is such a wonderful way to begin a conversation and to relax into deep, substantive discussions about many things, mundane and sublime. So, yes, I would think that as long as the person has a sense of culture and decorum about them, they would appreciate this gift.
Excellent. I'll take them. And please, gift wrap them in something beautiful, and I'll be back later to pick them up, or you could have them delivered, no?
Oh, yes, we can. Now, you are looking at the one set or the other, or are you looking at both?
I like that, the older one for sure, and I like that one as a single piece. I think that will make a nice gift for somebody I know.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Very well.
Although he is made out of metal, so I don't know.
Made out of metal. Well, he is. And then kind of the shopkeeper kind of realizes almost what they have repeated and kind of cocks their head a little bit, raises an eyebrow. Made out of metal?
He puts off a great deal of heat. I think this will work well.
Oh, okay. Do you know this person to be someone that is capable of a delicate touch?
I think when he puts his mind to it, he can be quite delicate. Although, most of the time, he is rather clumsy. And Oyo just kind of brushes past him, like nonchalant, like goes over to the counter.
Okay. All right.
How much did you say? I think it was.
Yes, the first one you were looking at was 170. The older one was 210.
Please, here's 400 gold, and you keep the change. I'm so glad that you have held on to something with such history and such beauty.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. And they prepare and provide your change. So 170, 210, I think that's what is that, 380?
Yeah, I'll knock off 400. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, the shopkeeper will give you back the 20. Will not take that unless you insist on.
I insist. No, please. I thank you for your time and.
Oh, well, then we will make sure that they are especially well gift wrapped. Oh, where are you staying that we can have these delivered to you?
We are staying in the, what was it, Galibar? Are we staying in the? It's not the ambassador quarters. It's more like the.
It's basically student housing.
Yeah, we're staying in the university student housing.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Well, I will have these delivered to the residence hall. They will be ready. They will be ready for sure by sundown.
Excellent. Come, Galibar. I think that we are done here, unless you see anything that you want. But you already said no, so I don't pry.
Okay.
Okay. That's it on my side. Sorry that took so long.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Okay, so let's go.
Back to the girls. What is Adamant doing? What?
Yeah. All right. So let's go.
I guess me and Galibar would just like. You say whatever the time was. Like on our end, we would have just headed towards the restaurant. So that would have been our line, I think.
Okay. Adamant, after you parted ways with Galibar and Oyohusa, you were going to go get the scrolls. Was there anything in particular you were going to do?
No, that
Otherwise,
was.
you're going to say that you.
That was Adamant.
Scrolls. Yeah, that's. I thought that's what I said.
No, you said Oyo.
Oh, he said Adamant.
Oh, did he? Oh, I'm going crazy then. Sorry.
Okay.
We already knew that. Okay.
So, anything in particular you want to do, or you just want to grab those scrolls you guys talked about and?
He's just gonna grab the stuff.
Okay.
He kind of wants to get back to the others.
Okay. Go back to the rooms, you mean?
Yeah, he's he's socially awkward. There's too many people around here, and he's by himself.
Okay, so Elora and Enka, as you all have finished your bath and are getting dried off and are getting changed in your room, there is the telltale sound in the hall of the clump, 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 clump of Adamant's gate as he's coming down the hallway.
The old heavy Adamant.
Well, Adamant can't help that he was made with steel reinforced soles on his feet to
Not
put up
at
with
all.
the wear and tear of, dwarves are such practical people. They're gonna build stuff to last.
Exactly.
Oyo needs to get him a shirt that says heavy metal on it.
Yeah.
No.
All right, so Enka and Elora, are you gonna respond at all to hearing Adamant return, or?
And I'm sniffling.
Huh?
And could Elora hear him sniffling down the hallway with him clunking?
Oh, I don't think he's. I don't think. I thought that was out of character. I don't think.
Yeah, that was out of
Adamant
character.
is actually sniffling.
I thought it was in character. Okay, I see.
He doesn't have a nose to.
Yeah.
Well, it's steam getting let out. We can make it work. Besides the point. She'll go over to Adam and say, "Well, didn't you go with Oyohusa and Galibar?"
We parted ways.
Oh, well, I'm guessing you don't want to do any more shopping, or?
I got the things we needed.
Things we need. Okay, well you're coming with us then.
Things that hopefully we do not need. But
I just realized my microphone wasn't on.
Doopsie.
Nope, that's fine.
Things that we hopefully don't need, but have just in case, yes.
Can I see them? I want to see.
It's just a scroll of raised dead.
Huh?
Huh?
And a couple of diamonds for Revivify.
Are you expecting one of us to die?
As I said, hopefully we don't need it. But better to be prepared.
And glare because Elora knows how Adam powered down completely during the last battle.
I'm kind of like, what?
All is well.
Enka doesn't quite understand the whole look, so she's kind of like, what did I say? Not out loud. She's just kind of like, I don't get it.
So Laura will turn back to Adam and say, hopefully it doesn't happen.
Adamant pats her on the head.
Pat. Oh.
I think you can probably laugh at it now because of what Elora told Enka in the past about it.
So yeah, Enka was just kind of like trying to like not laugh because it's cute, but it's kind of like, okay, I don't want to laugh.
His hand's as big as her head. Thud, thud, thud.
Bonk, bonk. So, all right.
So after the third pat, Elora will grab Adamant by his hand and pull him along, saying, "We're going shopping for Enka. She needs more clothing, so come on, let's go."
She starts pulling, and he just kind of stands there for a second.
And Enka's kind of like looking a little embarrassed, like, I understand he's a metal guy, but I thought this wasn't supposed to have any guys in it.
Then he follows.
You're just doing that to make her uncomfortable, aren't you?
Elora will keep on dragging him by his pointer finger, as he'll tell Enka to hurry up as they make it down to the shop place. Hopefully finding a place for clothing and such.
She's kind of...
Oh, yes. There are all kinds of. Let us see. Where? Oh, well. Okay. What would you be?
Oh, what was that?
Hiccup.
Bless you.
Oh, Jesus. I thought a dog barked.
That's gotta be extraordinarily painful.
You might be able to find a glamour weave or uncommon glamour weave at the magic shop.
Okay, so let's see. Bah humbug. Okay. So. Okay. There we go. Okay. So, all right. So you find one called Charisma Clothiers. And
Charisma Clothiers. Okie dokie then.
Yeah. Charisma Clothiers is the name of the shop. And as you go in there, you find a Soratami who, as you walk in, has a fine tailored coat and slacks on, and around the neck there is draped a measuring tape, and along one sleeve there is a wrist guard that is wrapped around the sleeve of the jacket and has like a little board, and in that board there are a bunch of needles and some thread that are jammed into that. And so the Soratami looks up as you all Walk in.
What
And-
outfit is Elora wearing? Her floofy
Duh,
dress?
her dress.
Okay. Yeah.
Always her dress.
Yeah.
No matter
The
what
moment she
equation
walks
is.
in, the moment the Enka walks in, she kind of like her eyes get a little bit big because she feels like a bull in a china shop at the moment. So anyway, she kind of looks a little nervous and then looks down at her clothing like, oh god, I'm in such the wrong place. I don't
And-
belong here.
the Soratami looks up and comes over and says, welcome to Charisma Clothiers. My name is Visime. How may I help you?
Horrible look at Enka.
Enka just
And
stares
she'll
right
look
back at him
Adamant.
like, I need something nice to wear.
Okay, are you looking for? Yeah, the eyes sort of take in Inka's outfit and take in Elora's outfit, and says, "Now, you are looking for something more of a formal wear, for special occasions, or something more practical for wear in adventuring. You both have the rugged look of adventurers, if my eyes do not deceive me." And points to Elora with an elegance that says you're ready for the ballroom, and a practicality pointing to Elora that says you are ready for whatever the world may throw at you.
You mean he pointed first to Elora and then Enka, or?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Enka kind of looks down at her clothing, which, she's had for quite some time, and it's kind of like, maybe both. We're supposed to be representatives of we're supposed to be diplomats of a sort, and I don't have the social status to show that I'm one of those. So I guess I need to make my clothes speak for me, as they say.
Oh, so you have been appointed to a new position, and now you would like to better reflect that when the occasion calls for it. Do I guess correctly?
Yes, and I need some new traveling clothes. My herding dress is probably not going to last me forever.
And the Soratami does crosses one arm over its belly, rests one elbow in the palm of a hand, and places two fingers on its chin, and one finger just sort of taps its chin and says, yes, I believe Vesime has something that will suit. Please, come with me. Let us take a look at fabrics first."
And and as she kind of sort of follows, she looks back at Elora like,
Adamant kind of herds her along.
And so the Soratami goes to an area where there are bolts of cloth, and says, "Now, would you be looking at one outfit that would serve for any occasion, or would you be looking at one traveling outfit and one formal outfit?"
Laura raises up her finger to sing too.
And and the Soratami notices that and gives a little nod, and says, "Visime can accommodate this, and so let us first uh, find something for your new station and the occasions that will inevitably come when you are called on to dine in the hall of some lord or lady, or some king or prince."
About this
Now,
time, it's like if not Elora, good God, if Enka hadn't already been around the Planeswalker and having gone to different places, she probably would be like, King? No? Yeah, no. But she just kind of sits there like, oh God.
and
Where the hell is Soratami? Or not Soratami, Tamio.
And the shopkeeper takes you to 3 different bolts of fabric, which they pull out and sort of lay next to each other. And I would like both Elora and Adamant to make perception checks, if you guys will.
Was that a sneeze again?
God, those sound so painful.
They sound so cute, like dogs barking.
What do I have to make? Perception?
Perception, yes. Okay. Yeah, Adamant, you realize that these 3 colors, that he or she has found 3 colors that almost perfectly complement the color of Elora's eyes, and then the color of Elora's horns, and then
Enka. Not Elora.
I'm sorry.
You're doing it now.
Enka,
like my
sorry. Enka's eyes, Enka's horns, and then the fur that sort of is along Enka's arms. And so these colors just will complement her natural coloration in a way that that just makes it look like it was designed specifically for her. It says, "Now, my lady, what I can see is I can see a formal gown that will allow for the freedom of movement, as a seasoned adventurer such as you would no doubt have come to appreciate, and yet will provide a flowing elegance that will make it look like you have always been accustomed to walking into the halls of the elite and being waited on hand and foot. And if we get the correct accessories for this, I believe that we can make a suitable formal gown for you, along with some nice cosmetic jewelry that will set you back no more than, let us say, 50 gold."
Oh. She almost looks shocked, like she was expecting like several $1,000 worth of clothing. She's like, okay, I will.
Elora pulls out the money and hands it to him.
Oh no! I have money. I you don't have to do that. No.
I already taken out of my bank account. I'm sorry.
So now, yeah. So she's like really embarrassed. So she's just kind of like, I will go with your judgment, and maybe something that maybe something nice that isn't meant for the halls of royalty, but maybe something that is meant for she kind of looks at Elora like, what the hell is the word I'm trying to say? Anyway,
something proper, but not religiously proper.
Right, like to meet a governor or another diplomat type person. I'm so sorry. I'm terrible with this.
Maybe Sime offer a bit of, at the risk of being imprudent, may Visime offer a bit of advice based on the experience of clothing many who have sat in the halls of power?
Sure.
I have discovered that when you are dealing with people who are used to being in power, their eyes can be used against them. What I mean to say is that those who find themselves elevated in power often judge the people that come before them based on how they present themselves, as much or even more than the words that they say. If you come into the hall of a prince and make that prince impressed with the way you are dressed, then your words would be exactly the same, but believe it or not, they would carry more weight than if you walked in looking merely elegant. So Visime would like to give you the advantage of looking exquisite when you are there before those with whom you and your companions must have diplomatic relations. I believe the young lady may have more experience in this. Yes? He sort of looks at Elora with a smile, kind of suspecting that Elora is the more experienced person in the party, trying to help get Enka all set up. He can clearly tell that Enka's uncomfortable looking too gussied up.
Yeah.
He's trying to give her encouragement that
Gotcha.
it's okay.
I hate you, Galibar. Yeah, she's just kind of thinking it'll be like looking to her brain and she's like even though she doesn't say it out loud, she's thinking all I can think of is it'd be like putting a fancy piece of silk on a pig. So, you know, fancy dress for a pig. But yeah, she'll nod and say, I'm sure that with the right outfit, I will feel much more sure of myself. I'm just not quite familiar with what's going to happen in the future.
Well, this is the adventure of life. When we have a new calling, everything before us is new and unexpected, and the best we can hope for is to just arrive and make everyone else think that we know what we are doing. And he gives a little conspiratorial wink.
I see.
Like, basically tap him on his armlobe and say, "Can I have a little word?"
I'm sorry, can you have what? I didn't understand.
Can I have a little word? Just trying to bring him away from them for a second.
Oh, of course. And so he will step to the side with Elora.
And she'll basically whisper to him and say, "Can you enchant the dress a bit, like what my dress is?" And she'll point down to it as it is an uncommon glamour weave, seeing if he does do those. They do that type of thing.
And he will look and he will say, "Oh," he will say, I am the tailor who creates the dresses. However, my good dear friend over at the Ethereal is an enchantress of some renown who can apply an enchantment to the clothing, either to give it an appearance that would be similar to your own, or if it is the preference of yourself and your friend, to give it some, shall we say, more resilience in case any hostilities were to break out in a formal hall.
Laurel will nod her head and be thankful and say, "What's the name of the place again so I can write this down?"
Yes, the name of the shop is called the Ethereal, and the shopkeeper is Inesse. Okay. So that would be the, yeah. And so then the shopkeeper comes back to Enka and says, "Very well. Now this is for the formal occasions that you. This is the fabric we'll use for the more formal gown. Tell me, in your preference, do you prefer ruffles of lace, or do you prefer gathered folds of fabric?"
No lace. No lace, please.
No lace. Very well.
It gets snagged too easily.
Ah, yes. Vizeme is aware that many different customers have different preferences. I see that you are someone who is ultimately practical, and Vizeme very much appreciates that in his customers. You also know what it is you want. That is very good. So we will go with folds of fabric that will not get caught in the exquisite fur that Madame has. Now, you also asked for an updated set of traveling clothes.
Yes.
Tell me, would you say that you require things that are resilient more to the simple dust and dirt of day-to-day travel, or do you need something that is more hardy for the unexpected encounters that one may have?
Yes, to both. I have a little bit of money. I have a place to put clothes. I haven't really owned much in the past, so I'm not quite sure. I would say some outfit for both.
Okay, now I know you are here in the shop and away from the road that you normally travel, but are you in the habit of wearing armor over your clothes, or do you travel without armor?
I don't have armor.
Ah, okay. So, Visame sees where your friend was asking. Your friend is very perceptive and wise. I will show you some fabrics will that will make you feel very comfortable,
Mm-hmm.
whether you happen to be in a city hall conducting business or in the house of a good wife, being uh, being welcomed in a farm village. And also, they will repel the normal grime and dirt of the
Oh,
road, and they will stand up when those nasty, pesky people that want to, well, that want to really make your day more difficult should happen to jump out with their fists or their claws or their weapons.
oh, sure. I would love to see this material.
Okay. And he once again sort of does the thing, puts an elbow in a hand and sort of um, observes Enka, seems to be looking at sort of shoulder and then a bit of sort of the uh, fur on the leg and things of that nature. And then
Sorry.
um, goes over to another table with some bolts of cloth. And now there's cloth that looks a little bit more like what Inca is used to dealing with.
Gotcha.
This is a little thicker, a little, obviously, a little more resilient and tougher cloth. And yet it has a very tight weave so that it looks very smooth compared to the rough spun that
Okay. That I'm familiar with.
that she's probably familiar with.
Okay.
And
Aren't we
this,
getting close to winter out of character? I can't. Is that what we're, or is that we're just in normal?
yeah, we're in the autumn here.
Okay. So yeah.
This is a bit of a heavier weave of cloth.
Okay.
It would be something that Inca probably, before she left home, it would probably be something that was fancier than she ever would have imagined wearing at
Okay.
all. But now that she has been around Tamio, and now that she's been with these folk, and that she's seen, she was, with all of the places that she's been,
Yeah. Okay.
she realizes, oh, okay, this is kind of tough. And he gives a little demonstration. He reaches into he reaches under a desk into a little um, pot, and he pulls out a handful of what looks like soil, and he just slaps it on this, and he just rubs it in, and he says, "It is awful that this is stained so, isn't it?" And then he takes his hand and he strikes the cloth 3 times, and on the 3rd time, all of the dust just seems to kind of fall out of the cloth, and it looks perfectly spotless. He says,
So yeah, she's impressed now. She's just kind of like, her eyes are like, the size of saucers at this point in time. I could have really used that back home.
"Well, this is what we will make for Madame. We will make a set of travel clothes that will that have a bit of enchantment right in the bolt of cloth itself. There are two minor enchantments. One will allow the cloth to benefit from the cantrip of mending, if Madame is familiar with that. And the other is one that will allow it to benefit from the cantrip of prestidigitation, if Madame is familiar with that. All that Madame needs to do is simply smack the garment 3 times with the flat of the hand, and it will take a minute to mend any small rips or tears, and to disgorge any road grime that has tried to weave
Oh.
itself into the fabric.
Elora's curiosity gets the best of her as she watches him basically beat the thing, like all the dirt out, as she makes a cut with her fingernail on her hand and then grabs the garment and wipes it on it. As she looks and sees as if he's gonna try and clean it off.
And he looks a little bit horrified that Elora first cuts her own hand and then wipes it on the cloth, and he kind of looks at Enka, and the look in his eyes says, are you sure she's okay?
She's
and,
fine.
and then he sort of cuts his eyes at Elora a little bit and kind of squints at her like he's unsure, and then sort of looks over at Adamant, who's standing
She
awkwardly.
look up innocently.
And wonders, okay, well, now what is that one going to do? And then he quickly, his smile returns, and he says, "Oh, my dear, your hand, will it be quite okay?"
Yeah, it'll be fine. It's only a small scratch, but can it disappear too?
And he looks at the fabric, and he looks at Inca, and he says, "In a way, you might expect that one's, hopefully not one's own blood, but perhaps the blood of one's enemies would get on one's clothes. And you can see that with the same motion," and then he pow, 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 slaps the fabric 3 times,
Mhm.
and the stain just sort of, begins to dissipate from the fabric.
She's kind of
from
like,
the threads in the fabric.
okay, wow, that's definitely worth the money, I'm sure. So, shall we see what you can come up with?
Yes. Now, adventuring. Does Madame prefer slacks or a skirt when adventuring? Breeches or?
Yeah. Basically, she'll say a skirt with, just a skirt with brazen hosen underneath.
Ah, okay, wonderful.
Because
We
it's
can accommodate.
terribly embarrassing when you wind up falling off a rock flat on your face and your butt in the air.
Oh, and
She says that out loud, by the way.
And he puts a hand to his chest, just under his
Clutch the
throat,
pearls.
and he sort of turns aside, and you can see a little bit of color in his cheeks.
Just speaking from experience, you fall
but
down
there
a
is
hill.
there is a smile on his face, and he doesn't appear scandalized. He appears to think that's more funny than anything. But he doesn't like to be seen to be responding to that kind of humor. And so he he says, "Very well." And then, for the length of the skirt, would Madame prefer something that comes to the knees or down to the
Mid-calf.
calf? Mid-calf. Very well. Wonderful, wonderful.
And she just smiles, kind of like, okay, he didn't get it. Move on.
And yeah, I mean, he's just sort of obliviously writing down.
And this time, Enka looks over at Elora and gives her one of those.
And then makes Elora do the exact same thing as she falls on her butt laughing.
Oh, my dear, you have. Are you okay?
She's fine. She's fine.
Okay. And he kind of does. He sort of looks at Elora again, like, okay, I'm not quite sure about this one here. But
She does not belong in fancy shops.
the
It's like a bowling fine shop. Yeah, there you go.
the clothing that he is picking out for you, you realize, Enka, from now the travels on your home plane, the travels on other planes, the travels here in Kamigawa, there tend to be across the plains a very uniform range of earth tones that when you get away from the cities and you're out in the countryside, and the clothing that he is picking are things that are going to blend in very well. So
Good.
it's practical clothing. It's got a little bit of the resilience built into it, and yet it's also it's not going to make you stand out like a sore thumb when you go traipsing across the countryside. So if there's a reason that you need to try to keep a low profile, it's going to. It's not certainly going to be anything that gives you any sort of advantage on being stealthy, but it's not going to give you disadvantage either.
Gotcha.
By loud floral prints or things of that nature. So
okay. So
right.
Anyway,
and he will allow us how the this is a special fabric, and that a dress of traveling or a full set of traveling clothes made out of this fabric will cost 100 gold, and that is because of the enchantments that's on the thread.
Okay. She doesn't really seem to balk too much at that, so
okay, all right.
As Elora reaches into her bed,
and about this time she stops her and pulls out her own 50 coins of gold. So
okay, so you're looking at, we're two sets, you're looking at a total of around 150. So 50 for the elegant set, and
I'll pull out
100. Okay, all right. And so
Elora
then
already paid him 50.
He says, now does Madame have time for Semi to take some measurements?
Yes. I'll be fine. We can do that now and go from there. She kind of looks at Elora and says, "Did you want to buy something too, or?"
Elora will look at Enka, offended, saying, "I don't look good enough in this dress."
No, I figured you'd want to add to it.
She'll shake her head and do a little twirl.
And then she'll hand her
dress sort of glitters a little bit.
Basically, she'll just hand her some gold and says, "Could you see if you could find me something that I can use to see in the dark? Since I can't see in the dark, apparently." Is there a
confused and then
like another shop or something?
Oh,
and come back for me in a minute.
Adamant would know exactly where that is because they went to a magic shop a little while ago.
Okay.
So
That
Adamant,
way she can send her off to find the
Yeah.
other item she's looking for while she's
yeah.
taking measurements and all
Yeah.
that fun stuff. So
So
Elora-
Adamant, you can lead Elora off.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
Elora,
Chris.
the dress I had magic shop and Ravnica make for Elora, I made sure it is the most extra thing I have ever done in my entire life. And it was
Okay.
it's entirely based on Elora's personalities. I don't think you can add to it and make it in any way that would make it.
well, an extra set of clothing. Anyway. Oh, do I want to know?
All right. So he will take you to an edge of the shop, and there's a little set of kind of saloon doors, and he will advise you that if you go through those doors, turn to your left, and then go into the first door on the right, you will find a place that you can hang up your travel clothes, and there is a set of clothing that will cover you, but will sort of match your form.
Okay.
And then you can step out so that he can take accurate measurements that he needs in order
Okay.
to.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
so you do that, you come out, he measures, arms, legs, waist, hips, thighs, and the length of the different limbs and everything, and then he sort of asks you about the neckline, how low or how high you want the necklines on the two various different dresses, and gets all of those details.
Okay.
And he
Sounds
makes
good.
notes and sketches, and he kind of gets your approval on all of his sort of ideas.
Yeah.
And he tells you that you are in luck, that you are here at a time when there are not many students, and it is not right up to one of the formal occasions of the semester. So he can dedicate his time to this, and he thinks that by sundown tomorrow,
Okay.
he can be ready for these to be fitted, and then if everything is to your satisfaction, you might even be able to pick them up by the end of the day tomorrow.
Okay.
If not, it might be the following day if he has to make some alterations.
Okay. I think we can do that. So,
All right.
all right.
So he will go ahead and do that. And so Adamant and Elora, I think now, Enka, did you message Ivy with the specific item you were looking for, or do you want to
I didn't
tell
really
her?
know what I was looking for. I'm just
I
looking
know
for
what it
something.
is. Goggles of
Goggles
night,
of night.
Yeah,
I was
goggles
thinking
of
the
night.
goggles.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So you all know what you're looking for. Did you want to go through that, or would you guys all like to
Meet up for supper.
meet up at supper at this point?
We
Pay
can meet up for
for
supper.
goggles, pay for it, then go for supper.
Okay, all right. I believe we have. Let me just double check. I believe we have goggles of night priced already.
Because I still think it's funny as hell that Minotaurs, their original,
Whoops.
backgrounds are supposedly, supposed to be in, what the hell, like mazes and stuff like that, underground, and be able to see their prey and all that fun stuff, and yet we don't have at least even dim light vision, low light vision.
Let me take a look because I know we have it in. Aha, okay. I didn't see it in this game, but I saw it in another game. So let me go ahead and bring the price over. All right, so Goggles of Night.
Probably a good thing that they went to the shop without me.
Yeah.
I might not be able to get out.
Yeah, Goggles of Night is 180 gold.
Okay.
So,
So we're
180
okay
gold.
for it.
Even though I gave you money.
Oh, you gave her the okay. Yeah,
I kind of gave
Yeah.
her like money, and if it wasn't enough, she'd pay you back, kind of thing.
yeah.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, Elora, don't take that out of your funds. Let Enka take it out of hers unless she says she needs.
Nope. Okay, so we got
All right.
180.
So then we're headed to dinner. And I recall that you all were looking at, kind of had an idea of what you wanted. And I'm going to try to find something that is a
Something. What was it? It was like Korean barbecue joint or Japanese steakhouse or something. What was
Yeah,
it?
it was
Yeah.
Korean barbecue is what they wanted.
yeah.
Uh,
Okay. Okay, there we go. So you all find or actually the place that Enka knows that serves that kind of cuisine is a place called the Willow Parlor.
Sounds schmancy.
Yes.
Schmancy.
The restaurant is called the Willow Parlor. Okay. And so you go in there, and it is it is sort of upscale casual Kamigawa ambiance. You see that there is a bar over there that looks like many bars in many worlds across the multiverse. The bar top itself is made of marble, and the behind the bar there are multiple shelves that have bottles of spirits and wine and everything on it. And then near the center of the bar is a large brass fixture that has multiple taps on it. So, and everything is polished to be spotless. And then as you look around the decor, there are large potted bamboo plants, or I guess bamboo is actually a grass, so I don't know what you call it. You call it bamboo plants or bamboo
It's just
stalks?
bamboo.
Okay. And then there are sort of bamboo mats that of various sizes that are adorning the walls, and on some of the larger ones, there are sort of artifacts that are sort of displayed on these bamboo mats, and some of them look like farming implements, and some of them look like
Applebee's.
tools that you might see, a harness or a yoke from oxen or from horses or something like that. So it gives you kind of a sense that this it's done in a way that's supposed to feel elegant and yet look rustic. It's kind of like uh, that faux countryside look to it.
Barrel.
And so you walk in, and there is a human that looks like they're probably the age of a typical student at the university that is at a little stand. And this is a human male. And he looks at you all and said, "Oh, um, 5 for dinner tonight?"
Yes.
"Oh, very well, very well. Follow me. I shall bring you to a table." And he takes you over towards a table, and you see this restaurant is situated where it's kind of at the corner of one of the buildings, and that makes up this university. And he brings you to a large round table that is near where the two panes of glass meet at a 90-degree angle in the corner. And as you look out that way, you can sort of see the ring of the waterfall down below.
Ooh.
And so you get sort of a view out over that. And you can tell the sun is, you're kind of looking towards the west, and the sun is sort of settling onto the horizon. And the glass here is tinted in such a way that you can look out and see down below, but the sun coming through is not glaring right in your eyes. So it's kind of got uh, an effect. And as you all sit here for a while, when you order your food and your drink, and you work your way through your dinner, you will notice that as the sun sets, the tint seems to get a little bit lighter because, as the ambient light outside fades, you're still able to see everything outside. Uh, so it's sort of they have something kind of interesting going on with the glass there.
Okay. That's interesting. It's pretty. So, how was your shopping trip? Were you successful?
Well, I was able to get an item that will help us greatly.
Okay, and what would that be?
He holds up this horn. It can only be used once every 7 days. Summon uh supposedly warrior spirits to aid us in battle.
Oh, well, that's a new one. But I'm sure it will come in handy after some of the things that we've experienced lately.
I think so.
I plan on
And
using it, saving it up for the battle either versus corrupted dragon. As those seem like they would be difficult battles.
I see. Well, if you think that will work good, then that's what will work, I hope.
Hmm.
And you, Oyohusa,
What?
did you enjoy your shopping?
I did. This place reminds me of home, and it was a very good day.
That is good to hear. if you are ever in the area and I am still here, when the day comes when we part ways, you may always come back here to visit.
Laura had a big, huge smile on her face, but then when Enka says something about parting ways, it kind of dawns on her, like, that day might happen.
Well, but you got the sense that she was talking about, like, however long in the future. It wasn't going to be tomorrow.
Oyo, catching on to the situation, he quickly says, "Do you smell those beautiful cherry trees in bloom that surround the city?"
They are. I'm going to kind of go out on a limb, out of character here, Mr. GM.
Mhm.
They're ever blooming. They're enchanted to always bloom.
Yeah, regardless of the season of year, the Soratami have these as you would wonder whether or not they actually produce any fruit, but they seem to always bloom from your experience here, whether it's spring, summer, fall, or winter.
Yep.
Mm.
So they are always this way. And I have missed the smell. When you live here, you become very used to it. And unfortunately, it's not until you're away from it that you realize how much you miss it.
Yes, I could see that. But to a more trained one, he or she can experience this daily. And
Oh, I'm not saying that we won't. It's just when you're busy and you go from day to day, from class to class, and teaching students as well as learning yourself, it sometimes falls to the background. Like a low murmur of voices that you know it's there. People are there speaking. You just aren't paying attention to, what they're saying.
no, what I mean is that I do it every morning. And during my special training of meditation, I am able to almost relive memories in an astral sense.
Must be nice.
It is useful. It has its tools and its methods. I wonder if they have pork belly.
And just as Oyohusa wonders if they have pork belly, you will notice that a server is coming towards your table. And it looks like this is the kind of server that is going to rather rudely interrupt your conversation. And in fact, we will allow the server to take your order and continue anything that we want to do when we come back for our next session of Walker of Waterdeep, which will be in 2 weeks' time. You say in 2 weeks?
But you can't
yes,
do this.
in 2 weeks, because next week there is an unofficial holiday in the United States that is more sacred than Christmas, Hanukkah, New Year's,
and Easter,
the 4th of July, and Easter all put together. It is a celebration of all things Americana that this year, as happens more often than you might think, happens about 90 miles away from me in the city of Tampa. And I am speaking, of course, as of the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
So
Dun, dun,
I
dun.
will not be running a game next week. We will come back to this on the Sunday after, which I believe will be the 14th.
Okay.
We will be back. Question. Does anybody know, since the 14th is in fact obviously Valentine's Day, this is Valentine's Day in the world of COVID, is anybody planning to not be available or knows of conflicts that will mean they are not available on the
I don't
14th
know.
because of family commitments or otherwise?
I going to be spending my anniversary in Paris, so
Your anniversary in Paris. And when is your anniversary? Valentine's Day?
Paris, Texas.
Ah.
I'm kidding. I don't have an anniversary.
Let's just put it this way. After 25 years, Valentine's Day is like, hi, honey, I love you. Here, have some fattening chocolate. Okay, I love you too. You want to share? All right. Kiss, kiss. Bye-bye. See you later. I'm going to play games.
For me, I have to send flowers to my wife at work.
Yeah, I think I'll drop dead of shock and surprise the day my husband actually sends me flowers.
It's not so much for her as to make the other women at work jealous.
Ooh,
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't need to have the other women jealous. I just like flowers and plants. And yeah.
Okay.
least we
We'll,
have
No, I
someone-
won't be doing anything.
That buys you
Okay.
flowers.
we'll verify that they're, because somebody could always get surprised with something between now and then, but I'll double check with everybody to make sure that our schedules are open for the 14th, and then we'll plan to be back for session 86 of the Walker of Waterdeep chat. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Thanks, chat.
And while we are a little bit behind schedule, I think we will still be able to get over to Frog Pants in time for their session to begin, because they wind up meeting. They say they start at 6, but they actually all come online at 6 and have about 20 minutes of table talk before they actually start playing. So
That's why we should play till 6:30.
Oh, right. Well, chat, thank you so much for being with us. Tomorrow night, Monster Monday, and then Thursday, Sword Coast Chronicles. Saturday night, we'll be doing Lost Mine of Original D&D, and next Sunday, enjoy the Super Bowl. So we will talk to
Yay.
you all later. Take care.
All right.
Bye now.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay, and they are okay.
Off they go
are
to
off, I
Neverland.
believe.